Good morning, Chairperson.
Thank you,
Good
Ntate Ngubane.
morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Minister. Oh, I thought Honorable Msezana will also just greet. Or is busy with by-elections. Good morning, colleagues. So as you are all aware, good morning, DG, Deputy Minister. As you are aware, today we're meeting with the ETDP SETA concerning two things. One is the finding that they got from the Auditor General in the 2024-2025 financial year, relating to their grant, the DG grant, which totaled about 637 million, the entire grant, and the issue of the building lease. So because we had members who had requested us to have a hybrid arrangement because of their other commitments, we then obliged. This is a committee week in Parliament, and we share members with other committees, and other committees are on oversight. So the Parliament was able to help us with having a hybrid arrangement, and that is why some members are on virtual. Those members who are on virtual and everybody else who have joined would really appreciate if they could keep their mics off, because it's when you're on a virtual platform and your mic is on, it's a sensitive arrangement there, and therefore it may disturb our sitting. So we'll start with introductions. Some members are just still stuck in traffic, but they should be here now. So we'll start with introductions. So we'll introduce ourselves. When we introduce ourselves, we indicate who we are, where we come from, which institution do we represent here today, and the position that we hold in that institution. So I will start, Anela will come, and then we'll start here, move this way, and then we'll ultimately end here on my right where members will be. And then when we're done here, I'll go to members on the virtual platform to also introduce themselves there. So my name is Tebo Khodetsie. I'm a member of Parliament, a member of this portfolio committee with the responsibility of being the chair. Then I'll come to you, Anel, and then we'll start here.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Anel Kabengesi, and I'm the Committee Secretary. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Mabura Potle. I'm the Chief Operations Officer of the ETDP SETA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, colleagues. My name is Mr. Ngaredzani Kawedzo. I'm the Finance Manager at ETDP SETA.
Morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Olwethu Sipuka. I serve as the Chairperson of the ETDP SETA.
The way you guys are squashed, man, I don't like it. It's a two-seater here. It's as if now, we're now in a taxi from Johannesburg to Matatiele, a long distance. It's for Maslalisana, the arrangement. That's that.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and all the honorable members. My name is Simona Gaya. I am a board member and I represent the Department of Basic Education.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I am Tarauna Mudli, member of the AA at the ETDP SETA, and I represent organized labor.
No, thanks. Morning, Chair and members of Parliament and colleagues. My name is Dolika Sibiya. I come from the ETDP SETA as a AA member from the community constituency. Thanks.
My name is Murungeni Madiba. I am an AA member. I represent universities here.
You represent
morning.
universities. You said you represent? Yeah, on the record.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. I'm Tini Jooste. I'm the Supply Chain Manager at ETDP SETA.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members on the virtual platform and physically present. My name is Dr. Mimi Gondwe, the Deputy Minister for Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair, esteemed members of the committee and colleagues, Kosinati Sishi, the Director General.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, DM, DG, and colleagues. My name is Zamahlangu Mtichwa. I'm the Acting Business Unit Leader from the Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Bulelwa Sikweya. I'm a Senior Manager from the Auditor General. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Ministry, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Nombolelo Ngesi. I'm the former CEO of ETDP SETA. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members. My name is Duncan Hindle, former Chairperson of the ETDP SETA board. Not representing anyone. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Deputy Minister, honorable members, and DG colleagues. My name is Zamogwa Kekuzwayo, Executive Officer for the National Skills Authority.
A very good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, DM, colleagues. My name is Mabuza Ngubane, Chief Director for SETA Coordination, Department of Higher Education Training.
Good morning, Chair, Tabile Lungwane, Parliament and Cabinet Support, Office of the Minister, Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, colleagues, Nonjabulo Zuma, Parliament and Cabinet Support Intern from the Minister's Office. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone in the house. My name is Lesego Maloka. I am a researcher for Rise Mzansi.
Good morning, Chairperson. Jason Felix.
Rise Mzansi is growing as researchers now. I'm sorry. You can continue there.
Okay. Morning, Chairperson again. Jason Felix, Media 24.
Tabo.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tabo Mukuni. I work for Sunday Times.
Good morning, Chair and everyone. My name is Bonile Kwaza and I'm a graduate trainee for the NCOP.
Greetings, Chairperson. Greetings, honorable members. My name is Lina Musiri from the Office of the Deputy Minister, Dr. Gondwe, Higher Education and the Admin Support.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Sorry, researcher at the DA, Christian Berger. Thank you. Thanks.
The DA also is a researcher.
Good morning, Chairperson and everyone. I'm Mudirwa and I am from the NCOP and a graduate trainee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Minetle Kumete. I'm also a graduate trainee with the NCOP.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nandi Pamnani, graduate trainee under the NCOP Procedural Services.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Tolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. My name is Basia Midisipi. I'm from the NSA as a board member, and I'm the deputy chairperson of the NSA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues. My name is David Mohlamme, Parliamentary Liaison Officer and Office of the DG.
Morning, Chair, members, everybody present. My name is Tanya Kleinans, and I'm Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair, Ministry, and members, everyone in the House. Agnetha Arendse, and I'm the researcher for this committee.
Good morning, Chair, everyone. I'm Jabulani Majozi from Parliament Communication Services.
You see, Jabu, you have not attended in such a long time. You don't even know which button to press now. Hello.
Dumela modulasetulo le maloko a tletseng a palamente le barongwa ba rona ba puso ka leina ke Sedukanelo Tshepolo ke leloko la komiti ena ya setheo se segolo sa education.
No, good morning, everyone. My name is Khaulatli, Senim is Khabo, and I'm also a member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much.
Online minister. Oh, sorry, I thought I started here. Honorable Khakao, apologies.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo. Ke o dumedise ke hlomphe tulo sa hao maloko ohle a palamente a teng. Online in the House, everybody present in the Republic of South Africa, good morning. Lebitso la ka ke Karabo Lerato Khakao, Chairperson in case you forgot, ke setho se felletseng sa palamente and a full member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
I apologize, Honorable Khakao. It was an oversight. Minister, online.
Thank you, Chairperson. Buti Manamela, Minister, we joining in online because we're the PSET International Workshop, and thank you for your indulgence. I'm not alone.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Nomusa Dubengube, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education.
Thank you very much. When you appeared, the minister, I thought you are sitting next to the picture of the deputy minister because I have an apology that she won't be here. But I'm happy, Deputy Minister, you managed to join. Honorable Ngubane.
Good morning, Chairperson, and morning, colleagues, and to all our invited guests. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. During engagement, get closer to the mic of your device or increase the volume because your sound is a bit low. Honorable Msazane.
Ngibingelele kuwe sihlalo, ngibingelele kwabazivakashele endlini lapho. Ngibingelele kuma colleagues. Chair, mhlaba ngiqale ngisho ukuthi angikho lapho khona uminister no deputy minister. Nami ngilapha engikhona. Angixolisi ukungavula ikhamera kwamanje for network purposes, but as the meeting progresses, nizoba kwi-area elungile ene-network right. Igama lami ngumnqobo kaMsezane. Ngideploye umkhonto wesizwe party to this portfolio committee. Ngibuye ngiserve as the deputy chairperson of the portfolio committee. Angibonge sihlalo.
Yeah, your camera or your photo that you are using has got a logo of a political party, as progressive as it is. The political party there, it's an ANC Youth League logo. I know you said you are representing Mkondo Wesizo, but I know you are people of dual membership. You might have forgotten to to change the picture there. In meetings of parliament, we don't wear political regalia or display. So maybe also look into changing yeah, I know that one is, it's a good picture, but maybe look into changing it. Who else is online? Members, Dr. Christians?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. I'm Dalmain Christians, a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you. Which other member is online? I see two people entered the waiting room there. The device is not with us. Is it under call? Okay. There's no other member there online? Who else is online there? Maybe from ETDP SETA, who's joining us from online? Okay. I see. I don't have. Maybe must give me the login details so that I can see who's online there. You've sent them on email. Okay. Members, on apologies side, noted the apology of the Deputy Minister, Dubeng Ngube, but she's in the meeting now. Then we also have the apology of the National Skills Authority chairperson, who was unable to join us, but the deputy chair of the NSA is here. And then those are the only apologies. I know the Honorable Loans is on his way, still stuck in traffic. Yeah, so today, like I said, members, we are meeting with the ETDP SETA on the two allegations, which I'd already mentioned. I know that we had also received, or maybe let me start it this way. To get to the bottom of all of these things, we had intended to also invite everybody who was involved in all of these things, including the now suspended CFO. But when we learned that the CFO has been suspended, we seek legal advice on what to do with her, and the legal advice that came said it will set the wrong precedents for us to bring in a suspended person in our meeting, but they had agreed with our intention, because the intention was that we bring everybody in our meeting, because we don't want the blame game to move from this one to that one, and people are not in the meeting to respond for themselves. And then, so we accepted the legal advice that said it will set a wrong precedence, and we did not invite them. And the only reason we did not invite them is on the basis that they are now suspended. And we don't want to tamper with the internal doings of a SETA. Secondly, the SETA had sent us a presentation on Monday. They then augmented or amended the same presentation on Tuesday. And then they brought in a new one, which was accompanied by the letter of the chairperson. This letter indicates that when they sent in we sent the letter to members, no? Yeah. When we received it, I asked the secretary to share the letter with members. But in essence, the letter was addressed to me. I'm going to read it quickly for the record so that all of us were on the same page. The letter is addressed to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. And it reads as follows, open quote: Dear Honorable Chairperson, retraction of presentation to the Portfolio Committee. It says it is with regret that we have to inform you that we need to retract the presentation we submitted to the Portfolio Committee Secretariat. We have been served with papers that challenge certain information that has been provided to the Portfolio Committee. This makes the information now sub judice and cannot be made public under these circumstances. We are therefore replacing the presentation with the new presentation as attached with this correspondence. We appeal for your understanding and that you will circulate the new presentation to members. Yours sincerely, Dr. Oluwatu Sipuka, the SETA AA chairperson. I responded to this letter welcoming, I wanted to open it here. So I I responded to this letter. No. Yeah. 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 Or the secretary says that they did not send the letter. We had said that we must accept the presentation because, and the reasons because we had also seen that the now suspended CFO has taken the SETA to court, challenging certain aspects, and the worry would have been that on a number of fronts. One, the SETA is in a dispute with the CFO. They've suspended her with an intention to charge. And if they come and put their case bare before the Portfolio Committee, that might, or the contents of the meeting might be challenged in a court, depending on what the SETA says to us. So we accepted that if there's a court case surrounding that particular information, then we understand why you had to retract some of them, and would also urge members that even when they, because we have access to all three presentations, and the presentations that have been retracted, our questions should not be based on those. Because just to safeguard the process of this meeting, and if members venture into that space, we may need to come and indicate to yourselves, members, that you are entering the space that we have agreed, that we've accepted the retraction on. There's been, firstly, the Auditor General, we invited the Auditor General to also clarify certain issues. The Auditor General in October 2025 briefed this committee And in the briefing of that meeting, I think it was 25 October or something, in the briefing of that committee, the Auditor General indicated that there is a finding that they are giving to the SETA, because when they were auditing certain aspect of the grants, there was certain information that was missing. And when they closed the audit on the 25th of July, that information was not forthcoming or was not submitted by the SETA. And then there would have been media articles that has been circulating that the 637 million vanished from the accounts. This is not what the AG would have said to us, that money just disappeared. I mean, government would be very poor if money can just vanish without a trace. In fact, 637 million can't just vanish. If money has been paid, money would have been paid to a certain account. There's no way money can just vanish from an account. If you withdraw money, if you say money has vanished, is when you withdraw 637 rand from an ATM. Then that's the end of a paper trail, because it will say withdrawn at ATM 145 in Cape Town. And then that's the end of it. But I found the reason why I said AG must come and clarify that part is because that can't be true, that money just vanishes, which is a different or a misleading statement to the right statement that the AG would have given us at the time that said the SETA did not provide sufficient documentation to support the payment of invoice 1234. That's not, those are two different things. So I felt I must just clarify that part, that the AG would have to clarify, because we have no interest in sensationalization of issues. We have interest in getting the truth out and telling the truth as it is. This portfolio committee has got no interest in being sensational or sensationalization of issues. We want to tell the truth because that's what the oath that we took expect of us. Then there's an issue of a building, which the SETA must clarify. There are again many media articles that we have seen on the issue of the building, that the SETA went into a building that was not safe for to host our people and all of that. And then there's 15 million that has been set on the media on more than one. So there's been, and then there's been back and forth of stories on social media, on print media, or it's digital media now, which we have been reading. And when we are seated, where we are seated, when you read a story and you know that there's, you can tell that there's a fight here. So when you read an article, you then try to place who's the source of this, because they will say, according to our sources. Then you try to place who's the source. And then you read another article, you can tell the source is not the same here, because the angles come from a different angle. So you would have seen that there's been some fights there from different sides on the media, and would want the board to take us through as far as that is concerned with ETDP. So I thought I must just start it on that note, colleagues. The Deputy Minister is here in the house. The Minister is on virtual. I don't know what is the arrangement that you guys have made. Then you will indicate who's going to lead the presentation. And then from there, I will give to the department led by the Director General to take us through. So you will indicate either Deputy Minister Kondwe, who's here, or the Minister is going to lead. So I will be guided by yourselves.
Chair, can I come in? Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. The Minister will do the opening remarks, Chairperson, and then I will do the closing remarks and also respond to any questions, but he's also available to respond to questions because he has been leading the charge when it comes to getting responses from ETDP SETA and engaging the NSA on the allegations. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. I was so you are going to do the closing remarks.
I will do the closing remarks and I will answer any questions that are directed towards the executive, although the minister has been the one taking the lead with this matter and trying to get to the bottom of the allegations.
No, thank you. I'm worried because I see you have notes there. So are these notes for the closing remarks? No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
The minister's remarks,
I'm joking.
Chairperson.
I'm joking. Honorable Khakha, before I give you, Minister, please pardon us, Honorable Khakha.
I'm making a request. I understand that the minister has an engagement other than this one. Can I request that after his presentation, we have a moment to just have responses from him before he leaves?
Yeah, the Minister, you're going to be leaving the meeting after your presentation.
Yes, Chairperson. I'm, as I indicated, also participating in the our department's international workshop or systems international workshop. So I will be participating there. Yeah, and I think if there are any questions, firstly, and that are directed to the ministry, DM Gondwe is present, and if there are any questions that she's not able to respond to, we can be able to respond to those questions. You know, as and when we are able to. Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Law.
I was saying, Chair, based on the agenda, let's focus on the agenda. Can we allow to deal with the presentations and deliberations after, so that we do not dilute our own agenda? And if there are any other issues, we can divulge immediately after that entities has presented. I'm just asking that we stick to that, because last time we did caution about us having to have engagements in between. So I'm proposing that we stick to the agenda and then deal with deliberations after, please.
Okay. The request of Honorable Khakha was that after the minister would have opened, they wanted to engage, because he's going to leave, to engage on what he would have said on the presentation that he will bring. I don't think it's deviating from the from the agenda, but the minister is indicating that he does. So he's going to present a ministerial issue, and if there's any questions, the deputy ministers will be able to respond to that. So we'll take that it is not his presentation, is the ministry's presentation, and therefore the ministry will be with us in the meeting, and he's given us assurance that the deputy minister is capable of responding, and therefore will take that it's a ministerial issue. So we'll give Honorable Kaka.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm just asking for clarity. So ministerial, the executive's response to presentations will obviously be led or directed to the representative body at the time, which is Makondo. That's not an issue for me. I'm just asking, we have precedent in the past where when the ministers had to dash and there's just clarity seeking from whatever his presentation was that we engage. That's all I'm asking for. It doesn't have to be longer than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's what I'm responding to, that the minister says that he will be participating immediately after his speech. He will be participating in the conference. Unless if he's available, then he will take those things. But I think from what I understood him to have said is that he will be, participating in that conference. I see I've now joined online. I see now we have members who have joined. I would like you to introduce yourselves, Honorable Governor. Honorable Maimela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself and good morning to the department, the minister, the deputy minister, and the honorable members of the portfolio committee. My name is Joy Maimela. I'm an alternative member of this portfolio committee. Chair, I'm still getting settled. I will be able to switch on my video once I am properly settled. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Governor, are you able to introduce yourself? Maybe she has network issues. The only problem I have with the virtual meetings is this one, that members sometimes are unable to participate because of technical problems that we may be having. Minister, if you can just please introduce the presentation from a ministerial point of view.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, to the Deputy Ministers of Higher Education and Training, our Director General, together with the representatives of our various entities, the Deputy Chair of the National Skills Authority, the chairperson of the ETDP SETA, together with members of the ETDP SETA, the AG of South Africa, and all other participants and those present in this portfolio committee meeting. Let me, Chairperson, appreciate the opportunity that you have granted the ministry and department leading the accounting authority of the ETDP SETA. We do not take lightly this opportunity to give Parliament a brief on what has obviously may have obviously concerned the portfolio committee and its members around the runnings of the portfolio committee, of the affairs of the ET. this resolution being premised, amongst other things, on the rationalization of our sector education and training authorities so that they are able to meet the mandate to deal with challenges that affect, in particular, young people. More than close to 4 million young people are not in employment, education, and training. And that task would require SETAs whose governance is up to shape, whose accountability both to Parliament but also to the constituents who are expecting service from from the SETA itself, and accountability to South Africa as a whole. But also we need SETAs that in accommodation spaces that are inhabitable, or that there has been an attempt to try, and frustrate any process to try and get to the bottom of why there are these challenges. So maybe when there's a major media headline, newspaper headline that reports that, more than 600 million rands in a sector education and training such as the ETDP SETA, that that money has disappeared. Of course, that would be one of the major concerns, and thus these opportunity for us to to account, and I think to give reports and to ensure that Parliament, but to ensure also that the people who expect this service from the ETDP SETA are satisfied, that those who are at the helm, of approving learnerships, of approving internships, of approving, artisans related program, that these are people who are committed to defending the public purse, to defending the mandate of the Government of National Unity and its objectives, but also to ensure that we put at the center of our mandate not service to individuals, but service to the people. We remain committed as the ministry to ensure that people who are at the helm of this, be it as accounting authorities or in the administration, are people who are competent and are people who are committed to uphold, these values. Specifically in this regard, I must say that this is not simply a matter of responding, to media reports. It's also not a matter of, it's a matter of ensuring that public institutions function lawfully, accountably, but also in the best interest of the people of South Africa. We see SETAs playing a critical role in advancing skills development, using public funds delivered from levies paid by employers. That responsibility carries with it non-negotiable obligations for sound financial management, for governance discipline, but also for accountability. And that any indication of weaknesses in these areas, whether in procurement or financial controls or governance, must be addressed decisively without any further delay. And so in response to the issues raised with regards to the ETDP SETA, the immediate steps that I took together with the department in order to be seized with what has happened, we've had an elaborate meeting with the accounting authority. Post that meeting, we're instructed that a detailed report be obtained from the ETDP SETA, which covered, amongst other things, the procurement process followed in relation to their head office and lease, the terms and conditions of that lease, the compliance status of the building, the financial implications for the SETA, but also the legal position and available remedies and the steps required to protect, to safeguard public funds and ensure operational continuity. Yes, of course, this crisis, because we should not mince our words, it is a crisis because as we speak, the ETDP SETA workers do not have accommodation or are sparsely scattered throughout the city or are working from home, which in effect will have an effect on their work. So
Recording
essentially,
stopped.
This crisis is something that had to be attended to. And similarly, the media reports around the more than 600 million that we asked for reports in that regard. And I believe that the presentation of the SETA itself and also of the AG on this matter will clear whether there has been any loss of public funds in particular, but also the effect this may have had. And with regards to the points raised, Chairperson, around the AGSA's issue of the 650 million, what we're looking at now is, other than the actions and remedies that the SETA itself, working together with the AG, are going to be reporting on, we have now set definite terms in terms of accelerating the implementation of an integrated information management system within our SETAs in this financial year, because it's partly that challenge that has compromised the integrity of our information. It is partly that challenge that has ensured that the governance, particularly in terms of the resources of our SETAs, that is also compromised. So that's part of the long-term interventions that we're putting into place in order to fix this so that it's not repeated. But the ETDP SETA itself, the accounting authority, will indicate measures that they themselves are putting in place to resolve this. But to conclude around what we've done, we've also further requested, as it relates to the governance issues that have been widely reported, advice from the National Skills Authority so that they take an independent assessment and provide advice in this regard. And so this was to ensure that any decision that we take is informed by the work that they have done. And post that meeting and post that advice, I've since issued a formal instruction to the ETDP SETA in terms of Section 14 of the Skills Development Act, which requires that the accounting authority should provide on a number of governance, financial, and operational matters. And the response has since been received, Chairperson, and is currently under consideration by myself. And so the question before us is not whether processes are underway, and I think this is important. The question is whether those processes are sufficient to restore governance, stability, and credibility at the ETDP SETA. And that's the test which we will be applying when we look at not just the response from the SETA itself or the advice from the National Skills Authority, but we'll also be looking at the whatever other corrective measures that need to be taken forward. And so for today's engagement, the ETDP SETA, Honorable Hauha, will give us quite an extensive briefing on how they've handled all of these matters. Those are the people who have the details, the accounting authority. And I think on the basis of their presentation, we will engage. And I must commit, Chairperson, that if there are any questions that are raised in my absence, and the chair believes that we should respond to those questions, that even post this meeting, I avail myself to respond to those questions. Thank you very much, Chairperson. If with your permission, we can allow the chairperson of the ETDP SETA Accounting Authority, led by our DG, to present our case. And as I said, begging your indulgence, that I be allowed to attend the international workshop. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. It's us who are going to allow the DG Minister We had just borrowed you to introduce from a ministerial point of view. Director General lead the minister indicated that he be allowed to attend. The ministry is present, so the ministry will respond. Director General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Letsie, esteemed members of the Portfolio Committee, Chair of the ETDP SETA, the former Chairperson of the ETDP SETA, and the former CEO of the ETDP SETA, and executive members of our department present. The presentation will be led by the chair, the ETDP SETA, the former chairperson of the ETDP SETA, and the former CEO of the ETDP SETA, and executive members of our department present. The presentation will be led by the chair, and it will cover significantly key areas, which would include just a brief reflection on the purpose and the mandate of the SETA. It's important we keep reminding ourselves of why we are here. But primarily, the presentation is a response. It's a response to the allegation around the 690,000 per month for a vacant building, as it is alleged. It is a response that also touches the procurement processes that were followed. It will touch the actual payments that were made, so that when we say this is the amount that was paid, we can also prove that this is what was paid in each month that the building was occupied, so that we are able to refute the allegations that suggest otherwise. The second response is a response on the allegation that there is 637 million rands that went missing, and there is then there would be consequence management to show that the accounting authority is seized with the responsibility, firstly, to ensure that where there are allegations, investigations are conducted. You can see in the presentation that the former CEO and the board did initiate, but also the current board has endorsed that the investigation proceed without being interrupted, and they are going to report on those consequence management, some of them which are contained in the letter that the chairperson himself has made reference to as penned and authored by the chairperson. It's also going to be important that towards the end we talk about mitigation strategies, so that we can assure the public that notwithstanding the challenges confronting the SETA, we assist with the responsibility of ensuring that service delivery continues. And therefore, mitigation strategies to prevent future recurrence is important. Our Deputy Minister, Dr. Gondwe, will make concluding remarks towards the end. And may I hand, therefore, back to you, Chairperson, to allow the chair of the entity to present. Thank you.
No, thank you. I was waiting for you to say, can you hand over to the chair? I was going to remind you that the powers don't allow today. The chairperson of ETDP, if you can lead your presentation. If you're going to do it, you'll also indicate, but if The officials are going to lead the presentation will also indicate. Dr. Sipuka.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson, the Minister, Deputy Minister, Portfolio Committee members here, members of the media. I'm quite happy that we've got quite a few media houses present. The AA colleagues, the former CEO and former chair, I am also very happy that they were able to join us. I'm equally extremely happy, Chair, that the NSA is here with us today. And I must buttress the point that was raised by the Minister, namely that amongst other issues was an instruction to ourselves, but also an instruction from the NSA for us to meet with them and account for some of the things that are in the public domain. We had met with the NSA early this year for the purpose of going a little bit deeper into the procurement of the building. We provided them with responses and we are awaiting the NSA to indicate what further steps should we take in order to ensure that the recurrence of the mishaps that might have taken place in the process will not happen again. The other issue, Chair, is that we must thank the Minister once more, together with the DG and other members of the department, that at least have met with us 2 times since late last year for the purpose of getting deeper into some of the issues as raised here by the Portfolio Committee and out there by the media. The most important thing, Chair, is that ourselves as this accounting authority are equally wanting and appreciating this opportunity to come and account to Parliament and the public of the Republic. Namely that some of the figures that are out there, and as the DG correctly says, we have been able to audit those figures on a month-to-month basis, for instance, on the building issue. And we're able to, with evidence, say that the 15 million that is out there is not 15 million, for instance. We are able, and we're also happy that the AG is here today. We are able, with evidence audited on our part and so on, to say that the 637 million that is said to have gone missing, in the first place, the monies that could not be accounted for at the time were not 637 million. And we've got audited figures that would indicate to this House and the public of South Africa that this is what we submitted at the time of the closing of the audit, and these are the figures that at the time we could not, submit on. And so that the narrative that goes out there becomes the correct one, namely that only around 27 million rands at the time of the closure of the audit was not submitted for, and later colleagues were able to find the information, and the information is readily available to be submitted and so on. However, audit had closed, the audit period at the time this all happened. So we really appreciate, Chairperson, the opportunity to come to this House account, because some of our values are about the issue of accountability, because these are public funds and resources that we take very serious, and we have to account for each and every cent that comes from the public purse. The COO and Ademabu and colleagues are going to do the presentation as he is projecting now, and then we'll be more than happy, together with my team of colleagues, to engage on any questions that the House seeks to ask of us. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Over to you and Ademabu.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Accounting Authority and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, the Director General, and the officials of the Department of Education and Training, Hey, I'm too far. Okay. Members of the Portfolio Committee, officials of the NSA, officials of the AGSA, former chair and CEO of the ETDP SETA, the current chair and the AA members, and my colleagues and members of the media, good morning. I will just give a high-level presentation on the mission, vision, values, and the mandate of the ETDP SETA. Our vision is to facilitate and promote the development and improvement of skills profile of the workforce, employees, and the employers. We do that by advancing the education and training development and enhancing the skills through offering diverse and flexible education pathways. We have values, which I'm not going to go into line by line, but just to indicate that our values underpins the governance frameworks, the stakeholder engagements, and the skills development programs that we offer. Our mandate is derived from the Constitution of South Africa, Section 29, which contains the Bill of Rights. And we are also operating under the Skills Development Act and the Skills Development Levies Act to providing access to education and training through the levy grant system. We have various constituencies or subsectors in relation to our profile. Our profile and scope is made up of a wide range of subsectors under the standard, which are allocated to us under the SIC codes or standard industrial codes. We have 17 of those. And under each of those codes, we do have constituencies, or we call them constituencies or employers. We also have unemployed and students that we actually cater for. But students and the unemployed are catered for under the national priorities, which are espoused in the medium-term development plan.
COO.
Sorry?
Let me just leave this other one. Let's go to the why we're here.
Okay.
Because these members are going to be angry at me later when I time them.
No, I will stop there, Chair, because I
Yeah,
was
let's
actually
go to-
finished.
yeah.
Thank you.
Also, you were only dealing with the vision, mission. Oh.
That's why I was just repeating.
Oh, okay, no. Well, maybe they just wanted you to speak. Those ones were not important today. Yeah, because maybe they were looking at irregular expenditure of flying you to Cape Town and then you don't say anything. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning once again, honorable members, honorable minister, honorable deputy ministers, the department officials, and ETDP SETA officials at large. I will be presenting for dealing with the 690,000 per month that has been paid for a vacant building, and also dealing with the 637 million rents. On the 690,000 rand that was paid, in terms of, we occupied the building at 45 Moy Street in Johannesburg from the 1st of July 2024 up until the end of April 2025. Between May and July 2025, we were still utilizing the building as our IT equipment was still there, and SETA officials were still going to the office on a frequent basis to deal with other administrative issues. The narrative that is in the media that we have paid 15 million rand, it's not correct. As the SETA, we paid an amount of 8.9 million rand towards the building, and that 8.9 million rand was paid from the 1st of July 2024 till July 2025. from July 2025 up until the lease was cancelled in November 2025, no further payment has been made. May I please request the SCM manager to just take us through the procurement process that we followed on the head office space.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the Minister and the Deputy Ministers, as well as all the other members of the ETDP SETA and the AA. Chair, I want to take us through the process that was followed around the procurement process. When we start off with the head office building, our previous building was in Gandhi Square, and that was the Uliski property since 2020. So there was 2 extensions that was approved by National Treasury. The one was in 2020 up to 2022, and the other one was from 2022 up to 30 June 2024. And the National Treasury indicate on that last approval of the extension that they're not going to extend anymore. So that's why ETDP SETA went into a bidding process. The second point there I will discuss in the next slide. Go ahead. All right. The next slide indicate the procurement process that was followed, and the procurement processes that we follow was competitive, and it was open and transparent. What we did from the ETDP SETA side, we followed the procurement process according to National Treasury legislation, according to the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, as well as the Treasury Regulation 16A. So the processes that we follow is that the end user registered the need at the bid specification committee. The bid specification committee compiled the terms of reference with the end user, and they submit the recommendation to the bid adjudication committee. The bid adjudication committee adjudicate the terms of reference and did a recommendation to the accounting authority for the approval of the terms of reference. After the terms of reference was approved, then we went out on the bidding process itself. We went and advertised the approved terms of reference on the e-portal of National Treasury, as well as on the website of the ETDP SETA. After the closing date, we received 7 proposals from suppliers. That 7 proposals went through the BEC evaluation process. The BEC made a recommendation to the BAC, the Bid Adjudication Committee. The Bid Adjudication Committee did the adjudication around the processes, and at the end of the bid evaluation and the adjudication, there was 1 supplier that made the process, and that was the supplier that was approved at the end of the day. And the approval, the BEC made a recommendation to the accounting authority for approval. After the approval, the supplier were actually informed that, and the supplier accept the award, and the SLA was compiled, the SLA was vetted, and the SLA was signed by both parties. And that is the total process, the bid process that we follow, And as I indicated, it was according to the National Treasury legislation, as well as the internal policies and procedures. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I will then proceed. I will now be dealing with the 637 million. It must be noted by the House that the 637 million highlighted for in discretionary grants was the entire discretionary grant spent of the ETDP SETA for the 24-25 financial years, for the 24-25 financial year. During the audit, we had a request of information from the AG, which had 179 transactions, totaling 116 million, out of the 637 million, which was on a sample basis. So the information was submitted to the AG between the 11th and the 26th of July. Unfortunately, the last packs of information, which was submitted on the 26th of July, could not be audited, as it was after the cut-off time that they were agreed with the AG. And those transactions amounted to a figure of around 25 million rands. The information that was not submitted, based on the list that we received from the AG on that day, on the 26th of July, has subsequently been submitted to the auditors. Just to also clarify that on some media outlets, we have been seeing an amount of 634 million. The amount for the entire discretionary grant is 637 million. And that 637 million, what the AG will do, if there's a finding, they will extrapolate the finding and then against the line item that they are auditing. Hence, that is why on the audit report of the AGSA, they outlined an amount of 637 million on their report. I will then hand over to the chair to deal with the other issues and also mitigation factors. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ndate Kawedzo. Colleagues, one of the things that we have decided to do in order to mitigate some of these issues going forward, and the proposals that we have submitted, is namely that the first one is that we need to have bi-weekly oversight engagements. Now, what we are saying there is that on a bi-week basis, our FinCom together with the ARC, they meet, they sit, they verify all the things that we have paid and all the things that require to be paid. For this reason, it will give us enough time to be able to arrest issues that might be deemed irregular towards the end of the year, as and when, or as freshest as they are in our dealing of issues. We have also said, let's strengthen our loss control and consequence management aspects. In this regard, once we have been able to pick up that there could be transactions that might be irregular, for instance, as soon as that is picked up, we should then be able to ensure that consequence management is indeed implemented. We are also saying that, of course, we've got the first line of assurance that takes place at finance, but also we need to strengthen our second line of assurance in order for all the transactions that we make, we ensure that they are fully verified, they are complete, and of appropriate quality to avoid repeating that which might have had happened that had resulted in audit delays. We're also saying that we need to have a comprehensive technical briefing for stakeholders and media engagement. And the purpose of this is that, and we're happy the AGSA also is here today, the NSA, DHET, is that all of us should at least from time to time be able to speak to the public and indicate where we are with regards to audit, amongst others, including the financial state of the institution. This will not only help us with the public image out there, but will ensure that issues of accountability find expression throughout the life and blood of the institution. But also we're talking about the multi-year audit improvement plan, which I think already colleagues at finance have started working on those. We're talking about an audit improvement. We are looking at the timesheets that we work on. How do we verify them? We get them into a central repository. The issues around the stipend documents, how do we verify those as speedily as possible in order to ensure that, at least in this current financial year, 2025-26 audit process, we get into a much cleaner system and processing of our documentation. Of course, we're aware of the forensic investigation that was sanctioned. I think the chair spoke to it, and the DG that was sanctioned by the previous AA, and which, of course, ourselves are continuing with, and our officials and AA members are currently cooperating with the colleagues that are doing the audit. The issue of the temporary office space, management is in the process of securing temporary office space, and that the return of all our officials is imminent. And as of last night, in fact, I was told that the office space is there, and therefore, as soon as possible, our staff members will be going back to work, all of them. And then we're saying that in terms of the financial management capacity, one of the things that we need to do in order to ensure that the kind of audit that we might have had, I must also say, colleagues, that this is probably the first, if not the second time in the life and history of the SETA that we might have had received these kind of findings in our audit. And therefore, we need to beef up our financial management capacity in order to ensure that the over 20 years of our existence is not tainted by this audit. And these are some of the things that colleagues and chair were saying we need to do, but also that as soon as possible, we seek to expedite the appointment of a full-time CEO in order for the administrative capacity of the institution to be fully functional. Thank you very much, Chair, and I think we are more than happy, all of us, to take any questions if there are any. Thanks a lot, Chair.
No, thank you very much. If you can just switch off that mic. AG, the SETA alleges that the what do you call it? The finding you have on them was around 179 transactions that totaled 116 million and not 637 and all of that. Please remind us what happened here from the AG perspective.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, maybe just to start off with, the 637 is the full balance that is reported on the financial statements of ETDP SETA. So it's the full balance of the discretionary grants expenditure. So it's the full balance of the discretionary grants expenditure. So I guess as part of the audit, we would have undergone a process of selecting a sample. And by the time we finalized the audit, there would have been a number of transactions that we would have selected as part of the sample that we did not get supporting documentation for. And the significance, I guess, of those balances that were on that, it then means that we are not able to express an opinion on the full balance of the 637 million. So if you were to look at the actual transactions that we ended off the audit, it was totaling 42 million odd. that we did not get any supporting documentation. And that would be speaking to transactions that speak to, I guess, their key initiatives, skill development initiatives, that we are not able to support, not able to express an opinion on whether those funds actually went to the relevant beneficiaries, whether it's been reported correctly, and hence we are then definitely saying we're not able to express an opinion on the full balance of the discretionary grants expenditure. So that's how we would have left off the audit, Chair. But I guess we are now in the audit of the 25-26 financial year. So as part of the process as well, we would be following up on the things that we would have raised in the prior year. And to also maybe put into context, I can confirm, Chairperson, that we have still not received the supporting documentation to support those transactions, which obviously, as part of the process, we would need to close that. And I guess when we, when we're having situations where we're saying that we are materially limited, Chairperson, we often have the recommendation to say that it would be important that hence we are not expressing an opinion on the entire balance, because what we're then recommending is that the entire balance needs to be unpacked in terms of what would have transpired firstly, what would have transpired in these transactions that there isn't any support to actually support those transactions, and not necessarily just limiting to the ones that we have raised, because as it would have been rightly mentioned, we work on a sample basis. So when we now project it to the entire population, is an indicator that there could be more that are not necessarily accounted for. So it would therefore be important that the entire 636 balance be unpacked to identify what would have transpired in these transactions that would have led to the. So there would be a number of supporting documentation that we would be requesting from the institution to support that these transactions actually occurred, they went to the right beneficiaries, and to date we have not necessarily received the supporting documentation for those transactions, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Uzama. Our sound system is not too good today. We only have one speaker, so our sound comes from that speaker there. So I've made arrangement with audiovisual to give us a second speaker here, because we don't want to miss anything. When a member asks a question, we want to hear what the question is, what the response is. So that speaker is a bit far for me. I've made arrangement with them to bring it now, anytime now. So I'm going to ask that we take a body break so that I bring them to set up this speaker. When we come back, we're going to have a conversation with yourselves. But the AG financial manager, SCM, says to date, you have not provided the documentation that we're supposed to have provided last year. When the chair opened the meeting, he said that information is available. Why has it not been made available to the AG?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the AG for that response. In terms of the 42 million, the 42 million was how can I put it? It's a separate, there were separate transactions from the transactions that were on the limitation. On the 42 million rands, there was an error in processing of transactions on the general ledger. There were 6 transactions which were processed on the 31st of May 2024 on one batch of discretionary grants where we're processing stipends. On that batch, there was an error that happened, a personal error that happened, where a transaction of 42 million then was processed, made out of 7 different transactions, not 6, 7, made out of 7 different transactions. When we were closing the audit, that era we went and did what we call a holistic review of our general ledger. We then picked up all the transactions, which amounted to 7 transactions, which amounted to the 42 million. At the end of the audit, we wanted to reverse the transaction error that was there, but unfortunately, due to the timing, the AG did not allow us to reverse the transaction. Fast forward in the interim audit, the same information is being requested. The journal, we have passed a journal to reverse the transactions. However, based on the engagements that we had with the AG, I think it was on Monday, if I'm not mistaken, based on the finding that they raised on these 42 million. And now the finding that they've raised now is that they just need to gain comfort that indeed the transaction that was reversed is a transaction that was not supposed to have been in the general ledger. The test was done even with the predecessor auditor to confirm and give comfort that that money was not paid out to any beneficiary. It was only processed on the general ledger of the SETA. There are further documentation that the AG wants in terms of the learner information, the MOAs of those transactions, the MOAs of those transactions that transpired, where the transaction emanated for, which we are collating, and it's due to be submitted to the AG tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you honorable ones. The English there was just not plain enough. So you are saying there was an error on 42 million on your general ledger. So when you speak, maybe let's speak to concerned South Africans for them to understand. In simple terms, what does that mean? Are you saying you paid somebody money? Because that must be clear. Are you saying you paid somebody money and then you're saying you're reversing? So that, remember the allegation here is that money has gone missing. So let's use a language that is able to clarify whether you paid somebody 42 million and then you are trying to reverse it. What are you saying? Maybe say it in plain English.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In plain English, the money was not paid. When I'm saying we are reversing the transaction, we are reversing the transaction in the accounting system, not in the bank. In the accounting system, because transaction starts from the accounting system, then they go to the bank, then they go to the beneficiaries or service providers.
So you are saying to us, this correction that we are dealing with is an accounting system, but money is there in the bank, or money has always been there in the bank. It was not on that level, on that side of the accounting. Clarify that part.
Correct, Chair. What you are saying is correct. The reversal is being done on the accounting system. There is no money that left the ETDP SETA bank account.
Okay, Honorable Lonzi, I'll give you. Okay, Honorable Kaka. No, what you want answers on this? Yeah.
Thank you. And maybe my clarity comes from the Auditor General with this particular. So AG, Auditor General, hi. When you make assessments of performance, do you simply just look at the books or the journals that are given to you? Or do you also look at the expenditure proof of it? So do you look at just the books, or do you look at the bank statements themselves to see whether the books and the bank together have a relationship? Just so that we're all clear in the room.
Yes, that is what we look at. So when we're wanting the supporting documentation, we're wanting the supporting, even speaking to the payments, and yes.
And did you look at the bank of this 42 million, whether it left or not?
Look, Chairperson, I think the difficulty with the limitation is that you can't trace it. There isn't any supporting documentation to actually confirm that payments have been made or not. So I think when we're looking for supporting documentation, even on things like that, you would need support to say, like one of the transactions is like 18 million. So what would have transpired there has then been no payments, supporting documentation for that. So we can't really, because of the nature of the limitation, we can't really even say that payments have been made for that. But we're just seeing transactions on the general ledger that speaks to expenditure on these transactions, but we're not having any supporting documentation to be able to link it to that.
But in the account, so what other documentation, if they say the money has not been paid, what documentation would you look for instead of a bank balance or statement from the bank? What others? I'm struggling to. If they are saying the money is in the account, it was not paid. What document would you be looking for to suggest the money was paid or not?
Look, what supports the payments, Chairperson, would obviously be the bank statement, or it would be
So you're saying they did not give you the bank statement?
to be able to verify that. No. Or you yeah, we will look in context.
May I, Chair? Thank you, Chair. Good morning again. Chair, the difficulty is that we don't know what the transactions are. So even when we are looking at the bank statement, you can't identify that this payment could be linked to this transaction. So we have nothing that suggests what the 42 million is for us to be able to say, when I look at the bank statement, this transaction indeed is not here. So as things stand, the transaction could be there or it might not be there. We don't know, because we don't know what these 7 transactions are. So if management was to provide us with something that supports what this 18 million, for example, is, and we are able to look at the bank statement and say, actually, there was no 17 million or 18 million that was paid, then we'll be fine. But right now, we have nothing that we can use to identify these transactions in the bank statements. Thanks.
Yeah. I'll give an all. So you see, the difficulty I have is that you have access to the bank account. You know the opening balance because you audited them at the end of last. So you know the opening balance. You know how much has been given to them by the department from Treasury. So you know them. You should know at least the total. You are minusing from this total. Because if you don't do that, the difficulty here now that I have is that you should have say, no, these people had 900 million in the account. 200 went to salaries. I'm making an example. Because you should be able to get, at least on the administration side, how much goes to them on salaries, how much goes to the building, how much goes to, I'm just saying, yes, you are saying you decided, you took a decision that you are not going to declare any opinion on the 637. But the total would have been 637. You could have said, is this 637, is the money of the grants in one account? I'm sure the administration, I don't know, I'm sure they should have a different account of administration of grants. But if the 637 is in its own account, you know you are minusing from 637. And you have a difficulty of this 42 million. You then say, let's check in the account, do we have minus 42 somewhere that is unaccounted for? Because if you don't do that, the problem is you are going to then say, to create a, a blur where people must now dance, because how you are answering it, for me, is a bit problematic. You are saying You don't know if they've paid anybody. You don't know if they did not pay anybody. That's what you are saying to us. Because you wanted first the documents on the project, or whatever the case may be. You wanted to know this Karabo Kakao entity of training students had submitted a document regarding this invoice or whatever. But we don't know whether this invoice was paid. For me, it should be, if I have an invoice that says 7 million, we should be able to trace 7 million that side in the bank and say, bank, you know the CFO finance manager asked you to transfer this 7 million. Was it linked? Is it linked to this account? Was an invoice should have an account. So you then say, okay, there's an invoice, but what we want, the information that we want, is whether the 7 million went to the right beneficiary. So 7 million was paid to the company. But what the information that you'll need is that this company paid stipends, for an example. Is that the support? That will be the supporting document you want. The right beneficiaries will be the student, or what? Clarify that part.
It's a number of instances, Chairperson, and maybe if you go back to just expenditure, because when we're talking to the limitation that we're experiencing on expenditure does it may payments could have been made, or it's payments that are still yet to be paid to be made. So in terms of the expenditure element, hence we can't really confirm whether we are talking to the expenditure, which is something that is recorded in their financial statements. And if you are getting explanations to say these transactions should not have, because it would seem as if they're saying that these transactions should not have been recorded, it would have been an error. We would need support for that, because we can't say, because basically what would have been happening, Chairperson, is that you've got transactions that are sitting on your general ledger that are making up an amount that is put on your financial statements. We come and select a sample to say, give me supporting documentation of what is making up this amount that you've put through. And when we request supporting documentation, you then say, no, this transaction should not have been recorded, actually. So there must be support to that, Chairperson. And that's when we now need even to actually check if payments have been made. Hence, it was important. One of our key recommendations is that this needs to be investigated so that there isn't that tracking to see if payments have been made, because the way that you're explaining it is very simplistic, Chairperson, in that it's just like a normal bank account, but it's transactions that you debit just examples that you debit your expenditure, your credit would most probably be either accruals or payables or bank. So we would need supporting documentation for us to be able to determine whether even at the stage that this expenditure should it have gone to which the credit side would have been the payable side or the bank side. So you would need supporting documentation to be able to track those transactions. But it makes it difficult when, as soon as you're asking for supporting documentation, then the response is that, no, this transaction should not have been there. For us to be able to resolve that, it would need something more than that. If you're saying that there was a system issue, we would need detailed evidence of that so that we can see that these transactions should not have been recorded in the first place. Currently, hence, we are not necessarily able to even say no money would have been lost or that these transactions are recorded correctly, because as it stands, we are not able to express an opinion on that because we don't know what would have happened in these transactions. I think that's what I'm trying to.
From an accounting point of view, these are two processes. So the first part, I agree with you. But where I have a difficulty is you have picked up this thing, which is a problem. They can't prove this or that. The first thing that you must then do would be to check, is this money there? That's where my issue was. The second part, was this money really paid or not? And that's what I was saying. This is where you then look at the opening balance and check. Let them give you proof of which money went where from the account point of view, because I don't think money can go out of an account of any system when there's no invoices, for an example. Then you see, for me, maybe I want you to make it simple for everybody. So what you are saying is that now you are saying to us that from an accounting point of view, the supporting documents that you required from an accounting point of view were not forthcoming. Now, what did we do to then, as the AG, to then safeguard that this accounting problem that they are saying it's a system error did not result in the money, the real money now, leaving the account? So that's where my worry is. That we then, what you are then saying to me is that you saw this problem, this accounting problem, and then you then left the books there, but you did not ensure that money, the real money, was really accounted for. So that's my why, because why I'm asking you about the bank account, that's where the money is. So that when you come and say to us, a portfolio committee, there's a problem here, you must be able to clarify there's an accounting problem, which might be a skills problem in the system, or there's a theft problem. Those are two different issues. So there we've got thieves stealing money, right? Or we've got people who we have hired, who has skills deficiencies to provide us with this. So the AG should be able to say to us, Chair, we had this skills problem or the accounting problem. And then because we had this one, we then went into as the chapter 9 to safeguard the money of the republic, public man. We then went and checked the balance. By the time we closed this thing here, the money had not been paid because we then used a different method, which is opening balance versus, accounting it with the monies that went out. Unless if you are saying to us, as entities pay people from the account, right? And then there's no papers that go to I don't think the bank will release money without. So you go to the bank. There's no way, I can tell you now, there's no way a company will, you can pay on the app. But I want it to be simple. I pay on the app, there's an account of somebody there. Then I know where the money went. Firstly, do you understand my concern? Maybe let's start at that point.
I hear you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
And maybe if I can make an example, hence it would be important for us to be able to link to supporting documentation. If I were to see a transaction that's put through as 18 million, right, on the general ledger as expenditure, I would need supporting documentation to say that this relates to this particular invoice. And at times, it may be that the full amount, the full 18 million was not paid at once. It would have been paid as 15 million, 2 million, and 1 million. So I'm not just having a transaction in the general ledger. I'm not able to trace it to the bank statement. I would then not be. It is possible that the money would have been paid, Chairperson, and it's possible that it's not paid. But without having the supporting documentation to be able to link it to the bank statement, I would not be able to confirm that payments have been made. So I would not want it, Chairperson, hence it would be important that an investigation happens, Chairperson, because I would not want it to just limit it to an accounting issue, Chair. Because for you to be able to trace this to the supporting documentation, there's support that needs to happen. If I'm just sitting with what is in the general ledger, it would not be possible for me to be able to link those transactions. And if you think about it, Chairperson, when we're auditing, we're not auditing the entire balance of the expenditure. So for me to just say, no, I needed to have just looked at the opening balance and the closing balance, the movements in between the opening balance and the closing balance is what is supporting what is either in the expenditure or whatever other elements in the financial statements. So it would not be a simple thing of just looking at 18 million that is in the general ledger and linking it to the bank statement, because it could have happened in different tranches or whatever the case may be. So I would need support that is saying that this relates to an invoice 123, and so that I can be able to trace it to see, no, actually this element has not yet been paid. It's still part of my accruals, and it's not necessarily, it's the credit side is not bank, but the accrual element. But you would need something to say, what does this even relate to, so that I can be able to see, no, actually it's not on the bank in the bank statement. It was probably planned to be paid at a later stage or whatever the case may be. But it would, me just looking at the bank statement, and it would not be possible to just trace it like that, Chairperson. Hence, I wanted to use the example to say that you've got one transaction that is just sitting in the general ledger. For me to be able to trace to see payments have been made or not been made, I would need support to say, what does this even relate to?
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarity-seeking question, probably.
Sorry, Lonzi, I'll give you after her.
As Keith Loans. I hope you'll be captured by what I'm about to say. So, AG, through you, Chair, clarity. If you give me 100 rand, and say, Karabo, go buy a packet of salt and vinegar chips, a loaf of bread, and a 2 liter of Coca-Cola, right? That is my mandate with that 100 rand. What I have is a book where I write to say, this is 100 rand received. This is where the 100 rand was received from. Ne? This is where I spent the 100 rand. Of that 100 rand, 22 rand was for bread, 50 rand was for chipsy, the rest was for 2 liter Coke. That's how I detail expenditure, right? In order for you to prove that that happened, you first need a slip to show where I bought the chips, the Coke, and the loaf of bread. Ne? At what time did I spend them, right? When did the money go? But also not only where did I spend it and at what time, at which store. You also need to see the chips. You need to see the loaf and the 2 liter, right? In a simplistic form, there are different types of accounting documents that culminate to the final balance sheet that you audit. And that audit sheet in itself comes with everything of the 100 rand that I've just explained right now, which is the standard protocol of how financial statements across entities and across departments are concluded on. So, each and every financial year, each and every entity knows there is, according to the PFMA, this is the standard protocol of reporting that you are supposed to have, and this is what you need. And so there's no confusion as to what a supporting document looks like, what balance sheets are supposed to look like, what financial statements in their full general sense are supposed to look like. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, Honourable Member.
No, thank you, Chair. I think we're dealing with criminality here. I suspect that that we're having thieves who are stealing money from the SETA, because I'm firstly not persuaded that an error of 42 million can be made. I think the manner in which the executive explained it was that it said it's a personal error. I'm not sure what exactly that means. So I'm not persuaded. And even if it was an error of 42 million, we know of a student who was arrested at the University of Fort Hare for an error of 12 million.
It was at Wusu.
Oh, it was Wusu, sorry. I've got a problem with Fort Hare, you know. So there was a NSFAS error of 12 million, which resulted in a young person
It was Intellimali that paid, not NSFAS.
Yes, sorry, Intellimali, being imprisoned for about 5 years, I think. She was given 5 years. Yeah. So I'm not persuaded by that error. But I'm sympathetic with the AG here, Chair, and I'll explain why. the SETA only discovers the error when they are asked for supporting documentations by the AG, which is extremely problematic. Because if you're running an institution and then an error takes place, especially an error of that magnitude, you ought to have internal systems that are able to immediately pick up that no man, there's a 42 million rands here that is being put in our ledgers, and it's not supposed to be the case. Even worse, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying these are 7 transactions. So this error would have taken place at least once, but you know, seven transactions, which then add up to this 42 million. But you don't pick it up yourselves. You wait for the AG to say, what is happening with this 42 million rands? And then you respond to the AG and said, no. This 42 million rands was not supposed to take place. So there are 2 possibilities here. If the money was not paid, and we want to pray that the money was not paid, but we really pray that it wasn't. If the money was not paid, it simply means the AG caught you in the process of doing whatever criminality that you were trying to do with that particular 42 million rands. Because you can't wait to be asked when you are picking it up as an error. You ought to be able to pick it up yourself that we've committed an error and this is how we're going to resolve it. So you wait for the AG to ask you and then you said, no, we've made a mistake. That's extremely problematic. That is horrible, but it's probably the best case scenario for your SETA. Because at least we'll say the money was not paid, it's still there. The question then I would have is that, what are the timelines when it comes to placing a transaction on the general ledger, and then thereafter that transaction leading to a payment? I'm interested on those particular timelines, because I imagine there's a process that the SETA would follow. First, you'd get a request or an invoice or whatever from a subordinate structure. Then someone will go and write the payments. Then someone must take this to another structure to approve the payments. And then the issue of payment will come at the end. So I'd be interested in the timelines that would typically take the SETA, because the timelines may also be able to assist us in actually discovering whether or not the money was paid. Because if the SETA was confident on this question, we shouldn't even be spending 30 minutes or an hour on this thing. Like, it should just be something that is easily accessible. You say, no, I'll send you an email and I'll prove this to you. This was the error, but it was not approved by CFO, or there's a communication where someone says, no, we can't pay this because we're unable to account for it. That's something that should be easily available to the SETA and produced to the AG. So I think that's why I'm sympathetic to the AG chair, that the SETA itself didn't pick up the error. They only pick up the error because they failed to produce evidence to the Auditor General. So I just on the, I'll come back on my other comments. I just want to know the timelines. So if maybe the SETA can take us through when they're about to make a payment, what processes go. It takes X number of days to put on the ledger, then someone must approve, then this was not approved. And then in the context of this transaction, what happened? When did it stop? Remember I said it's an error.
Yeah.
So when did it stop?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Member. In terms of payments, we have types of payments. We have normal payments that we pay to service providers, and we also have normal payments that we pay directly to learners as form of stipends. In terms of normal payments that we pay to service providers, the process is as follows.
No, hold on, before, maybe be specific. This error was for a normal or was for learners?
It was for learners. It was on the learners,
Yeah,
on the
then-
individual learner payments.
Yeah, then explain that one. What happened?
On that one, because we pay learners ourselves directly to the learners from the ETDP SETA. The learners who are doing skills programs, internships, and other internship-related programs. So we normally pay them before the first of the month. So that stipend payment, if documents are received today to the finance unit, the payment is made either today or the following day, depending on the time the payments are received. because these transactions are received between the 25th and the 31st or the 30th of the month.
Hold on, you said if documents are received.
Yes.
What are these documents? Because this would have been documents that the AG would have wanted.
Okay.
Yeah.
The documents that are received are sign-off documents from the project managers and depending on the delegation from the COO and the CEO. You also have, because before these documents comes to finance, all these learners are loaded on VIP payroll to ensure that they will then load a file into Standard Bank where we then release the payment as finance.
So what documents could you not give to the AG?
Okay. So based the error, how the error occurred was that the error set in the same journal number as a correct transaction. So I'll give an example of one. We were paying stipends of 194 to the skills programs in Eastern Cape. From that 194, there was another entry which increased expenditure. So what we gave the AG was the learner document, the learner payment for 194,000 rand, which shows we showed them the VIP report where the learner the learner payment, where the learner payment emanates from. We can't just pay a learner who's not on VIP. A learner, it's reported on VIP, and then when we take a file that we load onto the bank, which we can edit. So we gave them the information related to the correct transaction, because this transaction had a correct transaction element and it had an error element in it.
Let's do this. This thing should be simpler to explain.
Yes.
Maybe compose yourself. Let's get the audiovisual people to get us there. The speaker will take a 5 minutes body break. Compose, but I want you to explain it simple. Simple. To say, error is this thing.
Yes.
Because how you are trying, don't be all over. Answer the question so that, because when we live here, we want to be clear want to account to the people of South Africa that money did not go or money went. Money was stolen or it was not stolen. Or we have a skills problem there. This is what we want to check. So we'll be back now. Let's bring the audio visual people now.
the Limpopo province. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to note members. What remains here, it doesn't make sense. Why did you not pick it up? Because it happened in May.
Okay. So probably why we did not pick it up is because the error went to accruals. It went to an accrual account, and on a monthly basis we process new accruals, we reverse new accruals. That is probably the reason why we did not pick it up during the year. But when the AG selected the transactions in question, we then picked it up that no, there's a problem here. We even went to the entire general ledger just to test if there is no other instances that happened of this nature. And we picked up that this was the only instant that happened on a batch, the batch that I referred to earlier, which was TIB 003, which was one batch that was done in May.
So how does that happen that this error only happens in 1 month out of 12? What happened that month that could have created this problem?
Maybe what I can say is that the person who was processing the transaction was using the system for the first time at the time. He was using the accounting system for the first time at the time. That is probably what transpired.
Yeah, but even that, when somebody is using the system for the first time, somebody who's been using it, you don't do it, show them how it's done on the system until you are satisfied that this person then understands the system, because the person could have easily paid wrong amounts. So why don't you have, or do you have, at least if somebody is using the system for the first time, but the SETA was not using it for the first time, it's the person.
Yes.
This person was not taken through, what do you call this thing? You are not, no, we'll get to that part, but yeah, so you did not have somebody to, I don't want to say babysit, what is it? To induct them on the system.
That was done, Chair. It was done.
Okay.
So they didn't only process one batch, they processed multiple batches. But that one batch is the one that had an error.
Did you investigate why?
Yes, we did investigate, and also in August we also commissioned in August, September, our service provider who assists us with maintaining the system to do a thorough investigation as to what might have transpired, which was done, and the report has been given to the AG as well.
What does the report say?
The report came back and said it was a human error.
Okay. Honorable first, yeah.
I think someone's mic is on. I want to check something, because if I understand you correctly, Chief Finance, or Finance Manager, I'm still not persuaded. But let me go to the accrual aspect. Let me go by your own version that you have put before us. You say to us you approve and reverse accruals monthly. This thing happens in May. The AG asks you for a report when AG? In June, July. So the following month, and I imagine you would respond to AG even a bit later than that. So let's say now, before you interact with the AG, this error has taken place last month. You have now reached the month where you must either process an accrual or reverse an accrual. with respect to this particular transaction, what happens?
Okay. With this transaction, what we we have accruals that do not get cleared there immediately due to we would have raised an accrual based on the fact that work has been done, but based on the supporting documentation that is coming from our service providers, that accrual won't be
No, Chair, I want to
reversed
interject, Chair.
immediately in the
Chief
following
Finance,
month.
I want us to work together here. You are the one who gave us this information. And was saying, we're working from your own version, which I don't believe it, but I'm saying your own version. You are saying the reason you didn't pick up this mistake is because it was filed under accrual. So I'm saying, no problem. You then say to us, you, as the SETA, you process or reverse accruals. Now, this error happened last month. You are now reaching a date as the SETA where you either process or you reverse the accrual. Now, the person who is in charge of processing or reversing the accrual, when they encounter this 42 million, what do? Did they process it or did they reverse it? What happened? I think that speaks to the type of information that AG needs. For example, if you had said to us, this thing was placed under accrual, but when we reached the phase of accruals, we reversed it. And AG, here is the evidence that we reversed this accrual. I think that's what the chair is asking and all of us are looking for here.
At the time where we had to reverse the transaction was not reversed. And the reason for the transaction not being reversed is because our sector, it's a, how can I say, how can I put it? It's not really a matured sector, unlike other SETAs in other sectors. We can sit with an accrual for a year due to the reason that the supporting documents that are being provided for us then now to make the payment are not sufficient enough for us to process the payment. Hence, that's why I'm saying that transaction was not actioned at the time where it was supposed to have been actioned. It was only reversed in July 2025. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I've got many of you members. I will start with you, Honorable Khakha. I know Honorable Khabo has indicated that you are conflicted. I watched Madlanga Commission on the conflict issue on Monday, on Tuesday, and very senior government person there did not see the conflicting nature of the relationship he had. And I want to defend you that Honorable Khabo is wrong. You're not conflicted on this one. Honorable Law is not here. He says you are not conflicted, you are involved. But on a serious note, I'll take you Honorable Khakha as number one. I will give Honorable Khabo to come as number two. I'll give Honorable Christians to come as number three. I will give Honorable Lonzi to come as number four. Honorable Ashley Souls to come as number five. I'll give Younger Governor number six. I'll give Msezani number seven. I'll give Honorable Joy Maimela number eight. Sihle Ngubane number 9, and I'll give Honorable Low number 10, and I'll be number 11. So we have 11 speakers. It's 10 to 12. To calculate your time, members, so that To have, if I give you 20, it's 4 hours, 240 or so minutes. So 20 minutes, interactive session, my colleagues. They will ask you answers. Don't explain things that they've not asked because they're going to get agitated because that eats on their time. They will ask specifically where or who must answer their questions, either from the ministry, department, AG, NSA, and then the ETDP current and former. They will indicate who they want, and then when they do so, please respond. We're not here to fight with you. We just want to get answers as to what would have happened, and then that must help us, to make suggestions in the system on how the system must be. But if you are defensive, they are going to be aggressive, and we don't want that. So let's not be defensive. And you must know when they ask a question, they likely have the answer. So when you respond, be truthful. Let's not be defensive and create unnecessary problems for yourselves. So, Honorable Kakao, I'm trying to time you here. Yeah, you can start.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let's first deal with this. Lying before Parliament is a criminal offence. Full stop. 5 people are either lying, the 2 gentlemen in front of me, the one next to me, or the 2 representatives of the Auditor General, on the basis of supporting document that has been supported to the Auditor General. So the AG says she has not received any of the documents that you say you have submitted. And you say fully with your chest that you have submitted the documents. So I request, Chairperson, that by lunchtime today, if ETDP SETA submitted documents to the Auditor General, there must be an email trace that is available as a digital verification of support. And it's easy to just get that to this committee through the secretariat of our committee to get it clear. That's the basis. Or else we must be able to, if there's no verification of that, take extra steps. That's the first thing. That's not the
By
process.
extra steps, you mean to augment that case that we have already opened through you.
Order on yourself.
Okay.
So let's deal here. Assume I do not know anything. Before the CFO can take full accountability for financial statements and approve them or not approve them, who's the person that comes underneath the CFO who's responsible for financial statements within the entity? I'm asking you, manage our finance. Can you put it?
It's me.
Okay. So you are responsible for packaging information, giving it to the CFO for the CFO to either approve or not.
Correct.
Okay. That includes payments.
Correct.
Okay. That includes financial statements in their fullest composition.
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys have an audit risk committee?
Yes, we do.
Who's the chairperson of the audit risk committee?
Currently, it's Mr. Lindanene.
Where is Lindanen?
He's not here.
Why is he not here?
He also works for Petro SA, and I think he also is quite senior there, and they have a board meeting.
Okay.
Today,
So who gives Lindanene's committee financial statements for auditing?
In the presence of the CFO, it will be the CFO. Currently, because we don't have a CFO, it will be me.
In the financial year under during the financial year that we're having a conversation about, who would have been responsible for giving those statements to or records to the audit committee?
The CFO.
The CFO. And the CFO would have gotten those documents from yourself.
Correct.
Okay. So you said there are multiple errors that existed. You explained them in very colorful language, inconsistent as it may be, around accruals, around how statements themselves were compiled. Do you take full accountability for having botched your responsibility to ensure that financial statements of the ETDP SETA are sober, readable, factual, and can be proven?
Yes, for the error, yes, I do take full
So
responsibility.
you take full accountability.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to park that. And thank you for taking that accountability, because this is where then this point makes sense, Chair. Chair, the financial year under question, the Auditor General gave the ETDP SETA a qualified opinion. And there are multiple bases. The first, which is the elephant in the room, I want to quote Chairperson. The Auditor General on page 125 of 193 of the annual report, I open quote, "I am unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for discretionary grants expenditure disclosed in Note X of the financial statements, stated at 637,646,000 rands. The public entity did not maintain accurate and complete records to support transactions recorded." We've already established that that is your job, and you've already said you are 100% liable for not having done that. As a result, I could not confirm the validity of the discretionary grants expenditure. I was unable to audit the financial statements by alternative means. So whether the standard means or alternative means available, the Auditor General could not. She tried everything and anything there is, as she does with other entities, and she would not struggle with other entities, but struggled with yours. I was unable to determine whether any adjustments were necessary to the financial statements as a whole. So that's one part, right? Then there's the second part. The public entity did not correctly account for general admission expenses in accordance with GAP 1, which is the presentation of financial statements. And certain general administration expense transactions were recognized in an incorrect accounting period 1, 2, resulting in an overstatement of general administration expenses disclosed in Note 7, which means if an overstatement means if the packet of salt and vinegar chips, 2-liter Coke, and a loaf of bread was supposed to be 100 rand, you said it was 200 rand, for argument's sake. And the overstatement disclosed in Note 7 was an overstatement by 10,380,000 rand 22 rand. Ne? Additionally, there was an impact on the surplus of the period and the accumulated surplus. That's problem number 2 that you have. Problem number 3 that the Auditor General says, I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Audit evidence for commitment adjustments amounting to 57 million rands, 958,649 rand. And the public entity did not maintain accurate and complete records supporting the calculation of these adjustments. And the thing goes on to say, I was unable to confirm the amounts by alternative means. Again, consequently, I could not determine whether any adjustment was necessary to the commitment disclosed in note 21 of the financial statements stated at 1,276,789,000 rands. Just the total budget, right? Cool. Now, let's go here. There are 5 problems that we have. The first one is that you have missing and incomplete financial records. The second that is that you have no audit evidence supporting discretionary grant payments. Number 3, you have material misstatements in your financial reports. Number 4, you have poor or collapsed internal controls generally. Because not only does your division not know how to really have accounts work and their finances work, but the audit team is also unable to help you wake up from your slumber. The last is that you've had a failure by your accounting authority to exercise oversight during the financial year. So not only did yourself as the division manager, but your superior as the CFO failed, the financial audit team failed, your CEO completely missed the mark as well, because nobody was gotten rid of and nobody was suspended. Nobody well supposed to be at the helm at the time. Now here's where the problem, Chairperson, comes. I'm still coming. So let's deal with the PFMA. The PFMA makes it very clear that Section 86(1) and 2 of the PFMA, Act 1 of 1999, makes it very clear that it is a criminal offense for any accounting officer to willfully or grossly negligently fail to comply with sections 38, 39, and 40 of the PFMA. I need not to tell you those sections because you know them. You're supposed to know them altogether, right? Additionally, given the 5 problems that I have listed, you have a problem, DEM Gondwe, of under then DDG Mvalo, who's now the administrator of the local government SETA, as the person that was responsible for overseeing SETAs during this financial year. Under his leadership and under your leadership, when under the DG Sishi, you have had a problem where you have had multiple offenses of the PFMA. You've had multiple offenses of the Prevention and Combating of Crime Activities Act 12 of 2004. You've also had multiple offenses of the potential common law offense of fraud, generally happening within your department. My question is, as your minister has said in his opening remarks, that there was an investigation that he tasked the NSA to conduct, so that they can get to the bottom of the thing. As the Director General, you are supposed to have the outcome of that investigation. Where are we?
We are on record having indicated that as a department, we have requested from the accounting authority a comprehensive report that covers the following. 1, the procurement process that was followed, the terms and conditions of the agreements, lease especially, status of the building
Chair,
and other
also,
matters.
can I pause? There's a reason why it's important to stay awake throughout every person's submission, DG, because I'm not talking about buildings at all. I'm focused on this point. Yeah, so kikopa haung araba, unkarabe with clarity. Taba ya lease, it's yes, it's part of.
The reason I mention the issues that are included in our request to the SETA is so that it can be proven how comprehensive the process is and the scope of issues that we have covered. Not necessarily that we are opening a discussion on them. But I've covered that. Now, having said
Chairperson, can I come in? I think you've given direction of the clarity of submissions, and DG is not attending committee for the first time today to know what clarity of response is. So are you saying the investigation has not yet concluded? Or has it concluded? Your minister has already given us what he wanted. That's fine. I don't need you to repeat it.
Chairperson, we've received a comprehensive report from the Accounting Authority, and we have on record indicated that once that report has been received by us, we have then instituted the National Skills Authority to pursue an investigation on further issues that would be, emanating from that report.
Chair, maybe I'm not clear. Yeah?
Perhaps I can come in. From my discussions with the minister, as I said, he was the one leading the charge. What I know is that as soon as the allegations came to light, the minister requested a response from the SETA to say respond to these issues. In tandem with that, then he requested the NSA to look into the issues and provide recommendations, an advisory note on what should be the way forward. He is still considering both, and then he will then take a decision. But Chair, maybe you will call me to order if I'm going a little bit further, but it concerns us that I think what we should have done ideally, Chair, is that when we asked the SETA to respond, we should have requested an accountability meeting where we have the SETA and the AG. Because to my knowledge, I did not know that they could not produce evidence to support the expenditure on the discretionary grant. I'm hearing that from the AG. So and maybe the minister knew about it. I'm not entirely sure, because I want to repeat that he was leading the charge. And not that I'm absorbing myself. It was a ministry approach in this instance. But I think it's concerning that they could not produce the evidence to support the expenditure on the discretionary grant. And the AG has indicated that they've recommended that there be an investigation, and perhaps that is the route that we need to take. But maybe I may be jumping the gun here, but I just want to indicate where we are. But the minister is considering the response from the SETA. Perhaps the NSA could also shed light. We've got a gentleman from the NSA, and he is considering the advisory note and the recommendations from the NSA, because the NSA has looked into the matter as well. Thank you.
Just so, in a very long way, the minister is. My question was, where are we? The answer is the minister is still applying his mind. That's simply the answer that you're giving me.
Yes, but he also issued, in terms of Section 14 of the National Skills Development Act, he then, directed, and that's how he directed the SETA then to respond. It was a directive.
I hear you.
Yes,
I hear you, DM. Thank you. NSA, you are here now today to also account to your understanding of what happened, beyond the minister's consideration of what you thought to have been the problem. What is the key highlights of identified issues as far as the AG's problem is concerned?
Chairperson, through yourself. So yes, the minister did request that the NSA looks into the matter. Amongst the issues that we picked up were the ones relating to the AG's findings. So the report was then submitted to the minister with the recommendations that the minister invoke Section 14A, where he then directs the SETA to submit a comprehensive report on all the issues that were identified. Now, the minister has received the response, and that is what he's looking into. if you look at the provisions that are contained in section 14, after receiving the response, he may then invoke or take other steps, including a deeper investigation. So that's what the minister reported that he's considering at the moment.
Okay, so Minister asked you guys to tell him what happened. And then Minister asked NSA to tell him what you guys think happened. And then you told Minister to go ask to say this is what we found, but maybe you should do an investigation based on what we think happened, in addition to what they told you happened. And then after that, you make a decision. For me, you guys are running around circles, DM Gondwe. You are running around circles, which is delaying accountability in itself within the ETDP SETA. Not only is it allowing evading accountability, DG, yourself as the accounting authority of the department, yourself, you are guilty of running a department that has a revolving door of people who are compromised, acting unilaterally and without absolutely no compromise. Absolutely no compromise. So what I don't want to waste time on, Chair, because my time is up. I want to conclude on this, Chair. I was very deliberate when I took the majority of my time reading the case problem here, because it is clear that you have an entity that knows how to compile financial statements, but they don't want to. Because they know if they compile them correctly, there is no way the AG is not going to be able to catch them out on the mess that they are creating within the system. If financial statements are compiled in an orderly manner, they have no way to run. Because then it's clear that to see who's stealing money, who for who, with who, at how much rates. And that for me is a problem. The bottom line, Chairperson, is that lunchtime is coming. The three head gentlemen of delegations must submit proof of documents that they sent to the Auditor General. I'm not going to leave this room until we have that proof. But essentially, we are being played with. And Harbana, well, especially, I'm not. I don't know about you. But, and we're not, it is not right that we have the public's purse being abused in the way that it has been abused, with absolutely no accountability, and Parliament being used as a PlayStation, as if it is not important for people to be honest in how they conduct their affairs and reflective in how they have messed up. The one thing in closing that I appreciate, Financial Manager, is your honesty in taking accountability under oath that you have botched at your job. Maybe the next thing that must happen is for you to resign. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I'm going to give you an Khabo. Operations. These documents that, the supporting documents, Honorable Khakau read the notes from the AG that indicates that sometimes there were misstatements or what was the word? The overstatements and all of that. Essentially, the documents that are needed comes from operations. Why don't we have them?
If I may respond, Chair, we do have them. The documents we do have. We do account for every project. So in this case, because they were asking them in a batch and they were asking them to say that this were like timesheets. Now the timesheets were not necessarily stored in a central point. They were stored in different project units. And so we did collate this information. So if we look at our response, it does have the dates where we submitted. The question is that it was not sufficient in terms of what the AG at the time was auditing. But the information was submitted in batches, and we can show through email the emails that have been requested, we will show that there are multiple times where the information was submitted. The last one that was submitted was the one that the AG said there's no time now to audit, and hence they made that conclusion.
Okay, so this year now, as we speak, you know what the AG wanted last year. So you are saying now you've had them at the central venue in the batches that the format that the AG want them in. That's what you are saying to us now.
What I can confirm for the interim audit related to the 42 million, the due date for submission of information is tomorrow, but information is there. It is now in the central repository for submission to the AG. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm saying the AG identified these things. And I'm sure there was something called an audit action plan that we put together. This audit action plan must not only look at what happened, but must also help you in future to avoid having those problems. So I'm saying, when you put together this audit action plan, did it anticipate that there will be audit that starts on, when did you start, Zama, April, audit? Feb. There's audit that comes that will start in Feb and it will end in July. That will end in July. And the information that we were short of last year required attendance registers which were not on site last time. Now we are putting them somewhere. Are you saying those things have been, those mechanisms have been put in place? So the AG won't come now in October to us and say, I've got a repeat finding of this nature at ETDP.
Yes, Chair, that's the answer, because we have an administrative system called AIMS, where all
It was not there last year.
It was there, but it was not. How can I put it? There were other modifications that needed to be put into the system, and as a result of the audit, those modifications were done so that the system can be able to hold all the information supporting documentation. Over and above that, we have the central repository where the information is also stored on a monthly, checked and stored on a monthly basis. So we've got those two systems that we're going to provide to the AG in terms of information.
No, it's fine. October is coming just now. Our meeting are recorded for a purpose. We have, the AG suggested an investigation on the 637. Was the investigation done? I don't know who's going to answer.
In which sense? In terms of whether the money left the account or not? What?
The AG would have written and said, I'm unable to audit this thing. I'm suggesting there must be an investigation. Was that investigation? I'm sure she was clear on what kind of an investigation. Was that investigation done?
I think it was on the accounting side of things in terms of the financial statement. And that investigation, I think our financial manager confirmed that it was done. In terms of ensuring that the transactions that were not supposed to be there were removed. I think that was the confirmation that he gave earlier on.
Okay,
So,
AG.
I'm not sure.
AG, what investigation did you say the SETA must do?
Chair, it wouldn't be specific to say an investigation per se, but to say that that must be unpacked, to say what would have transpired. And I think maybe what the colleague is indicating is that what then happened is that they went and, I don't know if you'd call it an investigation, to be able to identify what would have transpired. Maybe I'm now trying to make sense of what it is that the colleague is saying. But we would be saying that once we have a limitation on something, it would be important that you have an unpacking of what would have transpired so that you can be able to have corrective measures, which is the standard drainage.
Okay, so my understanding is that if the AG says, I'm unable to audit this 637 million worth of the DG, you investigate if what was the problem. One of them would be, why could you not provide the information to the AG? Or what was the issues that led to the AG seeking more documentation? Is this personal error in inverted commas? Now, that part you are saying you have investigated because you asked your service provider to tell you what happened, and he says it's personal error, and in your answer you are saying it was personal error because the person was using the system for the first time, which is problematic on its own. But the AG did not declare an opinion, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, on your DG, and that should worry you. And if it worries you, because it's public funds, then you say, okay, to satisfy ourselves that there was no problem here, let's put whatever, some investigation, accounting, forensic whatever the case may be, on this thing. Then they will come and say to you, the problem is that at an operational level, you take time to collect information, or the information that you collect is not sufficient for auditing, which then brings a big problem. We have independent, the reason why we have independent audit and risk is so that these people give us an expert advice before the AG comes. Now, the audit and risk that Honorable Kakao was asking about, which should be independent, did not pick this thing up, which suggests maybe, you know, if you do an investigation, your investigation might say this matter should have been picked up at earlier point, because you know the excuse that this thing happened in May and it was during audit. You know, we found almost immediately in June. For me, it doesn't make sense. You know, when we put together a system, when an error reports on the system, that somebody must be able to see. It must send an alert somewhere and say, here there's an error. Finance manager, it must say, here there's an error, and immediately, because it's finance related, public funds, we must act on it immediately. We don't have to wait for AG to come year in and year out to tell us, you are not, your statements have got material misstatements, they are not put together according to GRAP standard, they are this and that. We don't have to wait for the AG. We should be able to get these things ourselves. Honorable Khao.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was just worried that you are providing closing remarks. I was worried that you have captured our issues. No, Chairperson, I must warn you, the very same people who are saying hands off would be the ones leading a charge of hands on. So we must not be tempted. I'm not sure if the minister is part, but I would like to get clarity from the minister based on his input.
No, he went out. He did indicate that the deputy minister, he was delivering a ministerial statement.
Okay.
Or input.
Maybe we must accept that moving forward, that input, that approach of the minister making an input and leaving the meeting is incorrect. because we are unable then to hold him accountable for his own actions of what he has said inside the meeting. Probably Deputy Minister, if you can respond to this question. The Minister, in his remarks, he said that he had an elaborating meeting with the Accounting Authority to get a comprehensive report on allegations of the manipulation of SEM processes, list offices, saga, and regulatory compliance and worker safety as part of his intervention. I want to check with the Minister, when did this meeting take place?
Okay, Honorable Khabu, the minister issued the directive. I mentioned the directive in terms of section 14A of the skills.
No. DM, don't do that.
Okay.
I'm saying, when did the meeting between the Minister and Accounting Authority take place, where he was then requesting the entity to provide
Okay.
an overview?
All right. So the meeting took place on the 18th of December, and then there was a subsequent meeting on the 7th of April, 2026.
So the meeting took place on the 18th of December.
2025, and then there was a subsequent meeting on the 7th of April. But I need to tie in the directive through you.
No,
Okay.
don't do that.
Okay, sure.
Please don't venture into a space that might be self-defeating in the long run.
Okay, apologies.
Chairperson, my question was that, when did the meeting take place between the Minister and the Accounting Authority? And the response is that it's in December 2025.
And then a subsequent meeting took place on the 7th of April, 2026.
Okay, thank you very much. Minister, Deputy Minister, would I be right if I said that the Minister, part of his input, is as part of his input, he said that he has intervened after the meeting of December, and part of his intervention was instituting section 14 of the
All right. We received a directive, we received a directive on the 4th of December, and we wrote to the SETA to inform them of our intention. The NSA established a task team, and we engaged with the ETDP SETA.
Please, don't do that thing to me. Respond to my straightforward question. When did you conduct an investigation? Don't give me a background or a context. You saw what happened in Madlanga. Every person, every time the CFO wants to give a context, he's just throwing himself in deep inside problems. Don't do that. When did you conduct the investigation?
We have not done full investigation. We've done a preliminary investigation, sir.
And that is not my question. When did you do an investigation?
23rd January.
The 23rd January.
Yes.
And that is your
2026.
preliminary investigation. I want to check with you. What were your terms of reference for that preliminary investigation?
Well, we wanted just 5 questions answered by the SETA, whether they were aware of the reported issues. 2, what had they done about it? 3, what had they found? And about the issues. 4.
No, thank you very much. I understand you. Please give it to us in writing. You said you've got 5 terms of reference. My question related to that 5 terms of reference, were they anyhow related to issues that were raised by the Auditor General as areas of concern? Because my belief is that part of your intervention is informed by issues that were raised by the Auditor General. That's why the Minister went to meet with the Accounting Authority. Now, I want to check with you, what are those terms of references according to you? Are they aligned with issues that were raised by Auditor General as areas of concern?
Initially, the issues were around the procurement of the building and some governance challenges that were raised. But our report was subsequently covering a number of areas, including the issues raised by the Auditor
Were your
General.
terms of references aligned or not?
Well, the report, we were working on the issue, on a wide range of issues that were reported.
Okay, let me give you an example.
Yes.
Did you resolve the issue of the 7 transactions that were untraceable? Part of your investigation, did it include that?
As I indicated, Chair, that first it was a preliminary investigation, and that required the SETA to submit documents.
Did your part of your terms of references include the issue of the leased buildings?
That's correct.
Did the SETA submit a report in line with the issues that you have raised, particularly the 42 million issue and the issue of the leased building?
Yes, subsequently, yes. Oh, eventually they did.
When was the report submitted?
They did not submit directly to the NSA, they submitted to the department. And if I can just quickly go to the report, I think it was sometimes in February towards March that we were able to get the documentation.
So tell me, why did you decide to conduct a preliminary report, and after getting recommendation on the preliminary report, you do not take any action on instituting a forensic investigation to resolve some of the systematic issues?
All right. So as we indicated, we produced a preliminary report to the minister that made a recommendation that the NSA be allowed to take over the investigation from the SETA, because we felt that the SETA cannot investigate itself. So the minister, we also made the recommendation that the minister invoke Section 14A, which the minister has gone ahead with, and the SETA has responded. So the Act makes a provision that the minister, of course, would consider the response, and he made.
No, thank you. I know your approach in terms of chowing people's time. I know this thing of yours, and I will not fall into that trap. Now, you say between December 18, when the minister met with the accounting authority, up until today, the 23rd of April, the only thing that has been done as part of intervening on this problem was a preliminary investigation.
It's not the only thing, but because subsequent to that advisory note that was submitted, the minister has invoked Section 14A, and I believe the SETA has responded, and based on that, we are expecting the minister to then give further direction.
When did the SETA respond?
I think on the eve of 20th, no, in the evening on the 20th of April.
The 20th of April?
Yes.
So, Deputy Minister, would I be right to... Let me go back. There is an article by SADU that was issued on the 14th of March 2026. And in their statement, they are claiming that the minister was made aware of these problems, like you correctly said, in December. Honorable Karabo Eleon made an input in terms of your responsibility of playing oversight. And I'd like to check from the side of the department, before this matter could even grab the attention of the public. Now this is a responsive approach. As part of the proactive approaches, how do you then conduct your oversight on this entity, so that you are able to pick it up before we conduct process of the Auditor General and before the matter could be exposed to the public? And I'm raising this thing because of DG. Every time we are meeting with the SETAs, we are exposing weak oversight that must be conducted by the department. Now, I'd like to check with you, And I'm tempted to agree with the Honorable Karabo in terms of you creating or creating an environment that enables corruption and maladministration. I'd like to check with you, given your responsibilities, what are the consequence management that have been applied to date?
Let me start, Honorable Khabo, with the systems. Firstly, we've got a SETA coordination unit that does oversight over all SETAs and report directly to the DDG skills and the DG. And that's the first layer of oversight over entities. But in terms of the structure of the department, the National Skills Authority overall has a mandate to continuously monitor and advise the minister on the basis of which then we take action.
Yeah, we have seen on Madlanga, this word's been abused. When you say that you play oversight and you monitor, tell us, when do you monitor and how do you play that oversight? Because I don't want us to agree with your observation that the entity or the department is playing an oversight on these entities by virtue of conducting engagements where reports are being submitted and those reports are not followed up. That is malicious compliance. And I want to check with you. Ever since we've been interacting with you, it's almost 2 years now. You can't be using the very same response on us as if we are not growing as people. Please explain this part. What do you do? Maybe your unit must take us to confidence. Do they meet with these entities on a monthly basis? Do they go through their monthly financial statements? Do they have a unit that advises them on what needs to be corrected? Or how do you then handle this process of oversight and monitoring of the work that you have agreed on?
Okay, there are quarterly meetings of the SETA CEOs forum, which meets with the DG. But the unit that does the oversight, the coordination, as and when it is necessary, and as frequent as it is required, they meet. But further to that, I sign with the chairpersons of SETAs, the SLA, that becomes the basis for the monitoring of the progress of the SETAs.
You are signing. I believe that there are quarterly reports that you are receiving from your unit. And part of those quarterly reports must be able to reflect either an underspending or overspending or inability of an entity to provide evidence on the spending that they have done. According to you, is your engagement yielding any impactful results? And why, if it's yielding any impactful results, why are we always getting the very same audit outcomes?
We are in the process of reforms, introducing reforms, comprehensive reforms on our SETAs, and it's not the first time. If you go back to history, you know that that would have included even reconfiguration of SETAs to try and actually ensure that they are, structured in a way that is agile in their service delivery. But we've recognized.
What have you done ever since this matter came into the public?
We've met the SETA twice, and we have requested reports. We have received the report currently. We've requested that in the report they must specifically indicate what is a time-bound turnaround plan for dealing with these issues. I've got deadlines and timelines currently for delivering by the 30th of June the following key issues. One, a complete report that deals with the filling of vacancies, because one of the main issues is the capacity of the SETA, a complete forensic investigation and its report by the 31st of May, by ensuring also that they provide us with the board decisions on the lease status of the buildings that are implicated. I've also requested a complete independent review, that speaks to financial controls based on the AG's report. and there's a deadline of the 31st of May. There is also audit action plans that I have requested by the 30th of June. Those are
Can you please share that process with us, DG? And I'm putting it to you that you are enabling an environment for people to do as they please. Now we are sitting with more than 40 million of money that cannot be accounted for. We are sitting with an entity that is unable to respond to its core functions. We are busy discussing reports and reports whereby there are no actions taking place emanating from those reports. And I want to put it to you that DG, you know, ka Setswana re le ko sekgweng a botao ba seo bo mmutla ba pagama ditafole ba re ke bone ba etapele ba sekgwa.
Okay.
Ka Setswana re re ko sekgweng a botao ba seo bo mmutla le bonone ba pagama ditafole ba re ke bone dikgosi ka gonne kgosi ga eyo ile matsatsing a boikhutso. Let me remind you of your responsibilities, because all of these things, they are happening under your watch. It's because of you are not holding people accountable. But let me leave that part, DG. Maybe we'll deal with this thing in another meeting. Who's leading the delegation of this entity? Is it the CEO, acting CEO? Who's leading the delegation of EDTA? Either EDTA CEO or acting CEO?
The chair of is leading.
The chair of the board?
Yes.
Where is the CEO or acting? In fact, where is the acting CEO?
The acting CEO is in suspension, and there's a letter that has been written requesting that that matter be discussed with an understanding of the legal implications thereof.
Not a problem. The acting CFO, who is suspended, when was he or she suspended?
I cannot give you the exact date, but I've got here with me a comprehensive report that provides the detail of which we can share that with you.
Thank. Who's leading the board? My apology, I was busy with something when you were. No, thank you very much. Chairperson. President.
Yes, Chair.
No, I just switched on.
Chairperson Wangut. Chairperson, thank you very much. Can I check with you the suspended CFO? When was the CFO suspended?
The date was the 2nd of April, and of course, in the light of the letter that we wrote to the committee.
Don't threaten me with a letter. Respond to my question. When was the CFO suspended?
The date we said is the 2nd of April.
2nd of April. Which year? But Chairperson, I'm not speaking to Honorable Karago here. Can we? I'm worried, Chairperson. I'm not asking Honorable.
2nd April 2026.
2026. What were the charges that led to his suspension?
Yeah, maybe I did indicate earlier on that I read the letter that was sent to us that the suspended CFO has taken the SETA to court, and it will be dangerous for us to venture into the matters that might need to be ventilated in court. Naming of the charges or them answering on the charges is not, I don't think it can be a problem, but I'm saying after that, you might not need to continue with the charges maybe related to this, to the suspended CFO, but them answering what led to this one, I think you can answer that on, Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. The preliminary report of the forensic audit had made a recommendation to certain individuals, which include the person of the CFO, namely that to protect the persons and the integrity of the process, it would be best if the persons are not in office.
Chairperson, utlwa
Yeah, Nestroz.
Lesixhosa. Nka go botsa ka Setswana gongwe e ka make sense, gongwe Sekgowa sa ka ke sone se sa utlwaneng sentle. Lebaka la gore motshwara matlotlo wa setheo gore le mo isitse gae ko matsatsing a boikhutso lebaka ke eng go tlile yang?
We have a recommendation.
And I'm saying, maybe in English, I'm not saying you must deal with the merits or integrities. Basic charge, when he was charged for shoplifting, he was charged for armed robbery. It is a simple charge. We're not discussing the contents.
Chairperson, it's on the basis of a recommendation we have received from the colleagues that are doing the forensic investigation into the matter of the building in particular. And one of the things that is said is to protect the persons, is to protect the integrity of the process, but also to ensure that the process is done speedily, because according to the
So,
report,
Chairperson, you are not going to give me the charge?
I'm going there, sir.
No, don't beat around the bushes. You are chewing my time. What is the charge? Do you have a charge? No.
No, there is no charge.
There's no charge. You could have said so.
Okay.
So, you have suspended a person and you don't have a charge. Okay, let's leave it. It's a, there's something fishy here, Chairperson, as much as you say that you must not deal with issues. Chairperson of the board, can I check with you on the, let's go to the issue of the building, the list building. Part of the report indicate that you have, part of the report indicate that you have occupied a building from from last year, 2025, to April 2026. I'll just get the 2024 and 25, my apology. I wanted to check with you at that time as a chairperson, were you a chairperson of the board? And if you were a chairperson of the board, what was the resolution of the board on the matter of the building?
No, he was not. There's a chairperson that we had invited who was the chair of the board. Maybe ask him the question. It will be your last. Ask the former chair. We have brought him here.
No, thanks for the proper direction, chairperson. It's appreciated. Can I get clarity from the former board chair?
Through you, Chairperson, and thank you. Just to clarify, the term of office of the former board concluded on 31 March 2025. So the building was occupied certainly during the term of that previous board, but the indication, the date you're talking about, the April 2025 date, ourselves as the board were in fact out of office at that time.
Was there a resolution by the board or resolution of the board to lease the building? Because I believe that that process should have been started few months before occupying the building.
Indeed, that was a procurement matter, and the board did not get involved in procurement matters, but there was a procurement process that we've had spelt out this morning.
Thank you.
Let me avoid getting into conflict with you, because clearly I can see it's closer. Thank you very much.
No, the alarm did ring a long time ago. I just gave you the last question, yeah. No, let's allow others to ask. You guys, you ask, and then before others ask, you want clarity, put them on the floor. Dr. Christians. FM.
Thank you for the question. I think in terms of the timesheets, over the years, we always kept them in various business units. We never kept them at a central place. Last year's audit showed us that we need to have these documents at a central place for ease of retrieval. And so that, for example, when we deal with provider information, all of it is kept in a central place, from contract to deliverables to invoices and payments. Unlike the timesheets payment, where we then have timesheets sitting in provinces and the payment documents sitting in finance. So we always kept them in that manner, but the previous audit showed us that we need to have a central repository, which we have already done in the current financial year. Thank you.
If I were to respond to that, as my colleague had said, the documentation, because we are not, you see, when there's an audit, we are not really sure which batch or which verification is going to happen. So what we had done was that the information was there, but it just took time to get it together to be able to submit it to AG at the time that it was required. But there was also,
What is the point of order?
Chairperson, the point of order is this is a blatant lie. You can't say you did not know which batch you're supposed to submit when you are submitting audit documents. Each and every department in this republic, from local government, provincial to national, and all their entities, have a standard protocol of what financial statements are supposed to look like and what is required for them. Each financial year is the same. There's nothing that's different from 2024-2025 financial year from the 2023-24 financial year. So it is a complete lie that we are hearing in Parliament to say that the ETDP SETA did not know which batch of documents to submit. The only reason why they wouldn't know which batch of documents to submit is if they don't know which ones are going to get them into trouble and which ones are going to hide their shenanigans.
What I understood, hold on. What I understood the COO to be saying is that because the Auditor General does not audit the whole pack, the whole transactions, the Auditor General samples. So they had not prepared documents for all transactions, and that's what he was responding to. And I don't think maybe the answer should be, or maybe the order would be what I'd asked them earlier on. Have they now changed their perception or changed, because how they look like they were working is that they wait for the AG to ask them for information, then they go look for it. And then it's like they said, it was taught differently. Honorable Law, you had a point of order.
Chair, I want to sustain the point of order for Honorable Khakau because if you going to say that they should wait for the AGSA, then it's a flaws of administrative issues. One, I'm raising this because by virtue of audit, they should know prior what should they prepare, because there's an implementation, there's planning, and there's budget that constrains you to reconcile what you are dealing with as payroll and term whatsoever. So they could have known properly what is expected. Hence, the Act permits that in any form of an institution, you should have two entities that guide you before you go to external. Your risk and internal, that should prior give a pre-auditing to the AGSA, not to look for documentation. So I want to disagree and I want to sustain the order. Thanks.
Yeah, no, maybe you did not hear what I was ruling on. What I was ruling on was there's no doubt that there's deficiencies. That part we agree. We have already established that part, that there's deficiencies. That's why the AG has said they could not produce this documents on time. Their excuse, which we can't prove wrong, is that they said they are storing it in different places, and that's why they could not get it. Earlier on, I said to them, what have we done different when we are implementing the audit action plan to make sure the problems that the AG raised last year, she was not going to raise this year? And they said they have some system that they have this year. And I said to them, October, the AG is coming to present to us the 2025-2026. And I hope they were not lying, because in October, the AG will come to us with that thing. So the point of order is not sustained. Continue answering the question of Honorable Christians. You can continue answering the, or were you done? Honorable Christians, were you answered this time?
Yeah, we can actually confirm that at the time that record keeping was a problem, and we take full responsibility for that. But we have subsequently then made interventions in terms of the central repository and the systems of aims to store all the information for audit readiness.
Dr. Christians?
It was weak systems.
What has now been done specifically to improve those weak systems? Because we also heard the previous speaker saying that
The reason why we are saying it's weak systems, it's because the information was not stored in one place to support one transaction. You have information coming from different places that support one transaction. What we have done, we have created systems. One, we have the AIM system. Number two, we have a SharePoint portal where financial information and also performance information for a transaction sit together in one place where information is required. We don't have to go to the operations unit to look for a particular document. That information, or and then go to finance to look for a particular document. You go to one central place, you pick up the information and you provide it for audit. Thank you.
the amount, the beneficiaries, what programs were involved, the supporting evidence, and whether in fact it can be verified, the verification statement. With regard to the lease agreement for the building. Now, we've heard there that there were deep internal concerns, and we've also learned that the building wasn't fully occupied, or it wasn't suitable for full occupation. So this lease was from July 2024 to April 2025, and I've heard previously that they said that payment stopped in July 2025. But that does not answer the real oversight question. I think the issue is whether ETDP SETA entered into a multi-year commitment on premises that should never have been approved in the first place. It seems here that ETDP SETA ignored the warning signs, and we don't know what the full total cost to public is right now. So the committee brief that was given to us explicitly says that the procurement process, the suitability assessment, the decision-making authority, that all requires explanation. Now, my question here is, before signing that lease, did you have all compliance approvals actually confirming that the building was fit for occupation? Yes or no?
Sure, Chair, the CEO will assist that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks to the members. Before signing the lease agreement, there were assurances that were in place in terms of the compliances that were evaluated by the bid structures and the recommendation that was made. So there have been those kind of assurances, and the lease agreement was vetted. Thank you. Made. So there have been those kind of assurances, and the lease agreement was vetted. Thank you.
What is the issue?
So sorry, Honorable Christians. Chair, I think Honorable Christian's question is not about assurance, because having the documentation and having assurance are two different things. Honorable Christians is asking, before the lease agreement was signed by the SETA, did the SETA have at its disposal all the relevant documents which are needed for compliance for that particular lease to be signed? Because I'm worried that when the COO said assurance, I'm not, because someone can assure you of something that's not there. So the question was, given the information that the SETA has now, before you signed, was everything there? Not did the financial manager assure you, because you guys, you commit error. So they'll assure you, but it's not there. I think that's how I heard Honorable Christian's question, but she can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, that is precisely my question. I mean, at the end of the day, what we really need to understand here, has the occupancy certificate, the health and safety compliance, the municipal approvals, did they do any professional assessment that the building was fit for use? That is the question.
There was no professional assessment of the use. The structures, the bid evaluation committee and the BAC, they did go as not professionals and relied in terms of what the landlord provided. The occupancy certificate was evaluated for all the 7 bidders by the bid evaluation committee. What has been found later was that it was not valid because of the signature that was there, which was 1, and the date. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, then I think a very important question here is to ask, then who took the decision to proceed without that confirmation?
In terms of to proceed with the recommendation to appoint the bidder, it is a recommendation that would be made by the bid evaluation committee that is receiving all the information of the tender in terms of the procurement processes. And then the bid adjudication committee would do an oversight on the bid evaluation committee. And then once they have done and satisfied the compliance issues, the functionality and the pricing, they would submit it to the CEO to approve the recommendation for the builder, for the supplier, and in this case, the landlord.
Chairperson, that is exactly the point that I think I want to raise here, the concerning point for me, because if we go back on the reporting during the final approval of the occupancy, there was public reporting that suggested that the bid adjudication committee process did in fact raise internal concerns about the building. And that the then CEO went above them and made a final approval. So I think the question here is, does the board then dispute that account? And if so, do they have any documentary basis that they can actually show us in that regard?
Dr. Christians, the person who's been answering you is the then CEO, the former CEO of the SETA. And I think she would be best suited to respond and not the board, because the board was not there at the time. It was the previous board. Is that
That's fine, Chair.
okay?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The issues of the signing, there were no concerns with regard to non-compliance of the recommended bidder. The recommendations that were there indicated that there was only one compliant bidder, which meant that all aspects of functionality, of compliance, of pricing were on board. What the recommendation raised in terms of the concerns was that the area where the building is might not prove to be safe, and therefore there would be a need for security to be deployed. That recommendation and the concern was providing a solution to the challenge. The second concern was that given that the building is a 3-story building, and therefore we needed to make sure that we are sitting on the first floor to avoid some kind of levels of noise and be a closed space. So the concern that was there was a suggestion that we needed to opt for first floor for purposes of privacy. Again, it's raising a concern as well as a solution. The third concern that was raised by the BAC in the recommendation was that the place will need some branding of the SETA, which is something that we do when we're having a building. So those were the concerns that were raised in the recommendation, which did not suggest any non-compliance of the issues, which did not suggest that there are any kind of deficiencies at the time. Because the processes that were followed, they looked at the technical evaluation, which is a compliance issue. Second, they looked into the mandatory documents, which were confirmed to be compliant for the bidder that was recommended. And thirdly, there was a site inspection that was dealt with by the bid evaluation committee. And fourthly, that was going to be the pricing stage to look within the budget and everything. So that recommendation did not indicate any issue of non-compliance. Hence, it was the only bidder written as compliant. Thank you, Chair.
After occupancy, what then led to the decision that the building was no longer either safe or suitable for occupancy?
Thank you very much for the question. After occupancy, which was 1st of July 2024, the first floor that that was recommended to be one utilized. After occupancy, which was 1st of July 2024, the first floor that that was recommended to be one utilized was not ready, and we had to occupy the 3rd floor. However, it took longer, and during the process of occupation, there would be some minor kind of challenges, like the fan that will explode, and under those circumstances, we'll call the landlord to fix. There was a risk around our IT system that the audit committee raised because of the prolonged time to be waiting for installation of the preferred floor. During that period of the audit committee asked me to compile all the information from the procurement kind of the process until when we are supposed to have moved it to the first floor, so that we can be able to quantify the risks that were going to be confronting us. During that process of looking into now these kinds of documents, the occupancy certificate was there, but unfortunately dated 1990. And again, that occupancy certificate signed by one person, of which I asked the landlord. Then the landlord raised the issue that occupancy certificates, they get to be changed when there are modifications. I personally could not budge on that and agree to that process. And hence, one invited the Department of Labor and Employment. And also with the facilities manager that was newly appointed at the SETA, was instructed to go and check from City of Johannesburg. Unfortunately, the Department of Employment and Labor said that if this is old and long kind of dated, it might pose serious challenges to the staff. Against that backdrop of information, and at the time of realizing that this is now a challenge, as the CEO, I released the staff to work from home whilst I was addressing the challenges with the landlord. If I may pause the chairperson, thank you.
It's extremely problematic in the face of what was said now and the problems that were picked up eventually with regard to the building and the fact that 8.97 million rand was actually paid during this period for occupancy and during the transition period and staff members working at home. But the real issue is that there was a contractual exposure worth 50.5 million had this contract run its course. So if there wasn't intervention, 50.5 million would have been spent. And this is really the figure that needs to be reflected, because that is the real risk that we need to assess if intervention had not taken place. And I think my very last question to ETDP SETA is then, has there been any recovery from the lesser insurance, any responsible officials? Because we've heard here that essentially that the bid adjudication evaluation committee did site visits. So is it really their expertise to do site visits? Then they actually failed ETDP SETA. So was there recovery from lessors? Any responsible officials? If not, why was the public carried, or why rather has the public carried that specific loss while the entity speaks only of forensic processes? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you again for the question, Honorable Member. As you have indicated also that if this was 50 million and how it would have impacted if it was not earlier detected, that is also part of a risk mitigation that was applied. Because in realizing that this is a challenge, the staff had to be instructed to work from home in April. However, we did occupy the building. We did get the service in terms of the occupation of that building from July to end of April. And then after that, the resolution to cancel the building was taken in July at the AA meeting, given also the challenges of April. And then after that, the resolution to cancel the building was taken in July at the AA meeting, given also the challenges that the landlord on the 4th of May, when we had a meeting, did not come back and make some remedial, because in terms of the service level agreement, you have to report the issue to the landlord because you have entered into a contract. And then if the landlord is not responsive, and then as the entity, you have the right to making sure that you take the right steps. And those steps were to make sure that staff is safe. And the safety of staff was the main agenda in ensuring that you don't find yourself where there would be staff that would be hurt or injured. In terms of the recovery that you are raising, when the decision was taken in July, the CEO instructed that no further payments should be made. That was also another risk mitigation factor in terms of that. And then we were able to not to continue with that and got some kind of legal advice. The second aspect in terms of who else was involved, after discussion with the audit committee, I did look for attorneys to look deeper into the matter. Where did the internal controls break within the system? How did we get to evaluate and come with the certificate that now department is saying that it's invalid because it was there but invalid. So hence you found that there was the process of forensic audit, but before the forensic audit, we had to look in terms of the self-review. Where were the breaks, the internal control breaks in the system itself? So when we established that there were some of those challenges, then with the audit committee, we agreed that let us get to a full forensic audit process that will give the organization a better sense of the kind of the risks that it could have had if it did not cancel, and what would happen in terms of consequence management at the end of the day. So those are the steps that one had to take during that process. Thank you.
We will resume at that point when we come back from lunch. We are back at 13:50. Lunch is just outside for all of us, including you, ETDP. We don't have a internal controls problem. The food will be just outside. Thank you very much. Let's start, colleagues. Zam, I don't like the way the DG is looking at the DG. If he's not getting a clean audit, he must not get a clean audit. Please. Yeah. Now let's start, colleagues. We are going to start with. Let's have some quietness. Our meeting is now in session. We're going to start with Honorable Ngubane on the platform. For the next 20 minutes, Honorable Ngubane, you can take us through.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I audible enough?
You are audible well enough this time.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Chair. It's a pity, Chair, the person as well that knows deep about this building contract, the CFO, has been suspended. It would have been nice if she was here as well to account, because anything that is of finance in this institution, CFO always get involved and sign as well. And then on the second one, Chair, I think as a portfolio committee, there's been a highlight of these rental buildings by these sitters. I remember, Chair, there is one sitter in sitters when they had the AG had to tell them that they must vacate another building in Johannesburg because it was illegally procured. And if they don't, it will be findings for the rest of their five-year financial year. And they had to get out. So I see a pattern, Chair, in these rental buildings of these sitters. I think somewhere, somehow, even if you remember, even the one of the construction sitter, the issue. To get back, Chair, to the questions on the head office lease and vacant building. If staff were no longer occupying the building after April 2025.
Honorable Ngubane.
Yes, Chair.
Whilst we're on the first building that they were occupying, because it was also extended after extension, or extension after extension at Gandhi Square. So your observation is correct. The problem begins when they wait late to procure buildings. They wait until they are 4 months, 5 months into, or before they are forced to vacate. So you are correct. There's a pattern that has came, or that we have found in the system, in the cities, that these procured buildings, they are procured. I mean, as we speak, LG SETA has just extended a building that they said that it was irregularly procured 5 years ago. They've just extended it. And if you remember, they came before us here and said it's because we've got nowhere to go. Whereas they started the process on time and stalled on the same problem. So I'm sorry to disturb your thoughts, but I just wanted to add on this issue of building procurement in the system that becomes a problem. Honorable Ngubane.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I'm glad you are sharing this. There is a certain pattern that we need to zoom into, where probably these buildings are used for something else other than honest rental for work purposes, where somehow we need to look at. My question, Chair, was that if staff were no longer occupying the building after April 2025, please explain what operational activities, if any, continued at the premises after rental payment stopped in July 2025. And then you stated that rental payments ceased in July 2025. Then who was approving the rental payments for May, June, and July? And on what basis were these payments still continuing? That's the second one, Chair. And then the third one, I wanted a breakdown, Chair, of the total figure of 8.97 million over 13 months. When I do my calculations month to month, this 600 million per month that we speak about equates to around about less than the amount than this. Is there something I'm missing? If they can break down that what it equates to for this payment, what was the actual amount of rental per month? That's the third question, Chair. I don't know whether I must ask them and then get out from there.
Let's allow them. Let's ask them one by one, because if you ask them all of them, they may answer some and not others. So let's have a conversation with them, and just for clarity's sake, I know he said 600 million per month. Gary's from MK. Remember numbers there.
600,000. Chair.
Yeah, 600,000. He meant 600,000. Remember, even the president there tells you, listen carefully. So they've learned that's. So I don't know who's going to answer. The former CEO. Yeah.
Thank you very much again, Chairperson, and to honorable members for the questions. Let me just start with where the Chairperson was indicating. Indeed, thank you very much again, Chairperson, and to honorable members for the questions. Let me just start with where the Chairperson was indicating. Indeed, there is a challenge of a long wait, I must admit, which also we started on time, but due to non-compliance of some of the bidders that we had, this had to be re-advertised at the end of the day. So there is that. Also, when you look in terms of the Johannesburg area, where there is a lot of public transport that you need, and we were cautioned to look at the buildings that are cost effective at the end of the day, you will find that some of these buildings really are challenging. I agree that there has been a long wait, and that creates a problem in procuring that. Now, in terms of the staff occupying the building until the end of April, when really one realized and engaging the landlord in terms of the validity of this occupancy certificate. The staff, we had all our assets in the building. We had also our server, whilst we have moved to cloud. And we have also the issues of stalled and bigger kind of printers in the building. But to safeguard that, after you realize that there is a challenge, there was an issue of supervising some of the staff that were going there and having a list of the staff and a control sheet in terms of these are the staff that are allowed to go to the building to minimize the challenges. We know about the George kind of buildings and all the buildings in that. So a strict control measure was in place not to abruptly kind of stop the services of the SETA. So there were staff members that were getting into the building under security, under control measure with register, and making sure that who gets in gets out again, because one was very overcautious in terms of the safety of the staff. So May, June, July, there were activities that were taking place. And as I've indicated, that the decision had to be taken once you understand the problem and once you act on the problem, but you still need the approval processes that are there. So in the meeting that we had on the 26th of July, there were 4 issues that the audit committee was raising. One is a self-review process, which I've spoken about, leading to a forensic audit. The second one, cancellation of the building. The third one, going for emergency procurement. The fourth one was ensuring that working from home becomes productive, because we can't have people working from home, then stipends are not paid. And therefore, what guidelines we have? So we did take the decision on the 26th July. It is that time, honorable member, that one said that going further, we are not going to pay, because the landlord should also act faithfully to us, because must have kind of an interest once we sign this thing. So that's where the issue of May, June, July came in. But also on other questions that you have raised in terms of the amounts of money, Honorable Member, once you get into this rental building, there's money for rental, there's money for parking, there's money for operational costs, there's money for electricity, for sewer, for refuse, and at times, as you know, that city of Johannesburg is very challenging in terms of having water. We had to agree that the water tanks must be there for also the health of the staff. So that's how the rental has been broken into, Chair. And after July, there hasn't been any payment. In terms of who makes the payment, the same people that made the payments from the 1st of July, given the amount of money, we have a delegation of authority, we have internal control measures that a certain amount of money can only be paid by certain kind of people. And therefore, in most cases, the payments were done by the CFO and myself because of the amount and also the checks and balances in terms of what we are paying so that money doesn't go in vain.
The next question, Chair, of that amazing error in submissions of that documents to the AG. Who was accountable for ensuring the audit-ready documentation that was submitted to AG? And then if all documentation was later submitted to AG, why did internal control fail to ensure that these documentations were available on time and on the first request by AG? Taking into consideration that before AG comes, there is an internal auditing that an entity is supposed to have in preparation for an external auditing by the AG. So was that done within the SETA so that we come to this error of submission or insufficient document that were given to AG? Because I know that in all SETA there's supposed to be internal audit preparing external audit by AG. So if there was that person who submitted those error documents, what were consequence management done to that? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Member, for the questions. So there are two issues. Is one on the error on the system, but there's also documentation issue. So, but there was an internal audit conducted prior to the AG, where there were some minor issues that were identified by the internal audit. But by and large, we were ready for the AG in terms of documentation. Now, the delay, as I indicated earlier on, the delay was that this information was not centrally stored. And therefore, we took a bit longer to actually retrieve and submit the information ultimately. But it just took longer, but it was there. And the internal audit did actually conduct the audit. Thanks. We actually, sorry. We actually advertise our discretionary grant opportunities every year. So even last year, for 2025, there were expression of interest that were advertised for beneficiaries to apply. But there was also direct allocations that we gave to our institutions. Thanks. Thanks, sir.
When was the, well,
One that we did was just now in February. We did advertise for internships, but this was for the new financial year. So that was the last one we did. So I'm not sure the question is related for this year or the previous year also.
no, the question is when was the last advert?
Yeah, the last advert was in February.
On the expenditure of this so-called 637 million rand as the missing funds.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Chair.
On the expenditure of this so-called 637 million rand as the missing funds.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Chair. The information, the majority of the information during the audit was submitted. The issue that the AG are now dealing with is the issue of the 7 transactions. The 7 transactions that we deliberated earlier on.
Yeah, the question is why did you not submit?
It was, the reason why they were not submitted is because those transactions were processed in error, and the documents that were submitted was the reversing journal to the AG to reverse the transaction. Thank you.
Honorable Nguban.
Grant, so hence, this 637 is unable to be explained to AG, but they've said that they've been advertising. As a conclusion, you are confirming, sir, that year after year, ETDP has been going out on advert with their discretionary grant and then allocation and everything has been done under correct standards of advertising grants and allocations and everything. Not only that, last year, even on previous years, you've been doing it correctly.
Yes, Chair, we can confirm that.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Sihle. Yeah. No, thank you very much, Honorable Sihle. Yeah. Dr. Toliga, you can just swap. So operations is fine there. You want to see both of them or just okay. So during lunch, when we came back, I find Honorable Khawi asking the finance manager why is he not eating, and then the finance manager said the food is not getting in, so he will try after lunch when the meeting is done. So, so Honorable.
No, thank you, Chair. I also don't think I'll be long because I think earlier on I ventilated on some of the issues I wanted to raise. So I'm just going to be very brief, and I'm going to the financial management. Finance manager, because I heard the minister has sent the SETA a section 14A, which essentially speaks to a potential interest to place the SETA under administration. And if you read the Skills Development Act, at the center of that 14A, it speaks about financial management, the finances. So if you, in your response today, which you say things like, we have poor systems, we have poor control systems when it relates to financial management, I think already you may unwittingly be actually giving the minister or the DG or the deputy minister reasons for them to place this SETA under administration. But I just thought I must make that particular comment. I want to go back to this process of an accrual system. I want to believe the SETA has an accrual policy, or you don't?
We have a standard operating procedure.
Now, I want to understand, before someone types in there in your ledger that this amount, in this instance, 42 million rand, we're now placing it in the accrual, what type of documents must be at the disposal of that person?
It depends on the intervention and the available document at the time, but the documents that are required, it's proof that work has been done.
So in this context, it would be on the learners because you're paying the stipends to the learners.
Correct.
So what type of documents would you need in this case?
It will be the approvals from the project managers and also the timesheets.
So who is this person that typed the 42 million?
Yeah, the person is no longer in the organization. Do you want me to say?
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So when they typed this 42 million, and then you then later discovered that this is not supposed to be an amount that is put there, I want to imagine that you requested from them that where are the documents that support this amount?
Yes, correct.
So this transaction comes in May 2024. The AG comes to you in July 2025. Right? When did you reverse the accrual?
In July 2025.
So every month you have a responsibility, you now, or is there someone else? You have got a responsibility to either process or reverse an accrual.
And also leave it there if there's no sufficient evidence to process the payment. Because when you're reversing the accrual, you are now processing the actual payment in the bank with necessary supporting documentation.
Now tell me, remember, we're going through this process step by step. For someone to be able to put an amount on accrual, on our ledger, you and I have agreed, at least when it comes to learners, that there are this set of documents that need to be there. Now, this amount is put in May 2024. June 2024 comes. You are confronted with this 42 million in front of you. What do you do?
We left it there because we thought the supporting documents to process payments are still going to come.
Okay, so June 2024, the documents didn't come. July 2024, you see the 42 million again. What did you do?
Still the same process that we did in June.
You waited again.
Yeah.
August 2024, the 42 million is still there. What did you do?
We waited again.
September again, the 42 million is still there. The supporting documents are not there. What did you do as someone who is tasked to either process or reverse the accrual?
We still waited.
September,
waited.
October,
waited.
November,
waited.
December,
waited.
January,
waited.
February,
waited.
March.
We waited.
So it does not occur to you that there's a problem here. There's a 42 million rand which have been put on your financial statements, and you say the standard practice of the SETA is that on a month-to-month basis, you sit down and look at these things, and you must make a determination of whether or not I should process this amount or I should reverse this amount. And at the center of that determination is supporting documentation. Now, let's give you the leeway and say, okay, the thing happens in May. Probably we've got to hope there are some delays there. Maybe June it will come. June passes, July, August, September, October. The whole year passes. You, as someone responsible to dispose this task in the SETA, nothing occurs that perhaps there's a problem with this 42 million that has been placed in the ledgers and accruals.
No, nothing occurred because of, as I explained earlier, we do have some accruals that are valid accruals that we will have them for more than a year due to supporting documents not satisfying us to process the payment. That is the reason why, from our end, we didn't see that there's a problem with this 42 million. We just thought it's one of those, because it was 7 different transactions.
Let me put it differently. What leads you to reverse an accrual? What makes you reverse an accrual?
When I've received supporting documentation that this is now a payable, then I will then reverse it and then process it in payable and make the payment.
And then what makes you process it? Because you explained it as if it's two different processes, it's two different actions.
The necessary, okay.
Or rather than put it this way, what makes you cancel an accrual? When you say, no, this one must be cancelled now.
You can't cancel an accrual because an accrual is work that has been done on behalf of the ETDP SETA.
Remember this one, when the SETA, I may not necessarily be using the correct accounting terms. This one, when the SETA asked you, sorry, not the SETA, the AG, says, I'm busy auditing here. Your response was that you've submitted, what is the term you gave? You said a reversal certificate,
A reversal journal.
A reversal journal. Effectively saying, you call this amount is not supposed to be here. Now, I want to understand, how do you arrive at that decision?
After doing a thorough investigation to check if whether was this information supposed to be here or not. So when that investigation was done, looking at the entire GL, looking at the transactions that were, looking at the supporting documentation that were received in May, we realized that no, these transactions were not supposed to have been processed. Hence, we then reversed the transaction.
And this took you this process takes you more than a year. Is that on average for all the other cases, or this was just happened to be an abnormal situation?
This is actually the first time that we are reversing an accrual, like we say in layman's term, we are cancelling an accrual without a payment being made. This is the first time in the
history of the SETA.
In the time that I've been at the SETA, I can't say in the history, in the time that I've been at the SETA.
So was there any document submitted in relation to this 42 million, even if it was not sufficient?
Yes, there was document submitted to that.
What was it saying?
The document that was submitted, it was payment document supporting the amount that was the correct amount. Those payment documents were indeed submitted. So, to the 42 million, what was submitted was the analysis of the general ledger that we did as management. This was in July, to show that we have looked at the entire general ledger alongside the relevant supporting documents, and that the transaction that are in error are these 7 transactions. That's when we then processed the journal, and that information was submitted to the AG at the time, and also we also had a session where we took them through the work that we did on the general ledger to analyze it, to ensure that the transactions that were not supposed to be there were not there, and that's when we picked up the 7 from one batch. Thank you.
And this you picked up obviously the following year when the AG asked you for more information.
Correct.
So you started the investigation the following year, effectively.
Correct.
So from May 2024, for the next 12 months, you kept seeing this amount, but you didn't see a need to investigate whether or not this amount is supposed to be here, until the AG wrote to you and said, we're picking up some irregularity here. And then you went on your own endeavor and you realized this 42 million is not supposed to be here.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. The second question, there's another amount, I believe you would have read the audit reports submitted by the AG. The AG says you overstated about 55,397,881. Based on the information that they filed, it's number 6, I think it's page 125, under commitments. They say there's an amount that you overstated. In other words, you submitted documents that demonstrate that this amount is not supposed to be this high. It's like you hiked the prices. Are you aware of that?
Not in the manner that you are putting it, but let me put it into context. On the audit of commitment, we have a column for adjustments which deals with the write-offs. And write-offs deals with expired contracts, which still has balances. And we would have expired contracts with balances due to the following reasons. We have learners that drop out of our programs. We have, if a learner drops out, obviously their stipend won't be paid. The provider fee will be reduced. The gadgets fees will be reduced. Everything will be reduced. And then we also have, at the time, it was the time when we were issuing bursaries directly to the learners, not partnering with universities like we have done now. So in that instances, we don't have a person who is in charge of the project outside the SETA. The only person who's inside of the project is somebody inside the SETA. So when we issue a bursary, we'll issue a bursary to a learner, 120,000 rands. We pay per statement or per the request of the learner from tuition, laptops, books, and accommodation and allowances. And again, with that money that has been issued, we have learners who drop our.
No, I'm aware of that process, or I thought you were going to get to the response.
I'm getting there.
I'm trying to, I want you to explain this 55 million that the AG is effectively saying, based on what you submitted to them, they don't know where this amount is coming from.
So I'm getting there.
Yeah.
So the amount that is written off, in terms of if it was a provider, for provider fees, we did provide the information, which we gave them the closeout reports. The closeout reports had the amounts that are then talking to what we have, and then that was cleared. The challenge was on the programs that we are dealing directly with the learners. Even internships, we have an agreement between the learner. The agreement is between the learner and the SETA. It's not between the SETA and the host employer. The SETA pays the stipend directly to the learner. So when you have to write off that amount, you have a challenge of not having a secondary person signing what we call a project closeout report, because we are dealing with an individual learner, and all the learners in one province for a particular intervention, the ones that we're dealing directly with learners, are grouped in one cohort, and they will be given one contract. So that is where now the issue of the 57 million came in. In terms of the information that was requested, they did.
No, this one is the 55. I'm still coming to 57.
It should be the same.
The 57 is similar to the 42 because it deals with commitments and the accruals. And then there's a particular finding. Maybe let me make AG to assist us. AG, please explain your finding in number 6, I think page 125, like very, very briefly.
Chair, the 55, it's how you're putting it, in that what is recorded is not talking to the supporting documentation. Then you had an overstatement of 55 million, which basically means that the amount that is recorded has been overstated. It's more than what is in the supporting documentation. That's specifically on the 55 million.
And then the 57 is similar to the 42 because it's the accrual. Yeah. Do you understand? Are you of our same understanding?
All right. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
So the 55. So now when we provided the information to the AG on the 55, because we're providing them with learner information, we basically provided them with all the payment packs. They picked up differences there, and unfortunately the time was against us for us to rectify the differences that they picked up. So what they were saying is that what we are writing off is not the balance of what we have paid. Because what we are writing off, in essence, they were saying that we are writing off less than what we are supposed to have written off, especially for the bursaries, for the internships, because we did not have a third-party person who can, between the SETA and that person on behalf of the learners, agree on the amount that has been spent on the project, which is the reason, which is what we get when we're dealing with service providers.
So AG, this explanation that we're getting now, Is this not the type of supporting document that you would have asked for from the SETA? And then they give this explanation, and then you make your determination on whether or not you think the explanation is sufficient or not. And it's not something that you've been getting from the SETA.
Look, it must be supported with the supporting documentation. So if we are still at a point of saying that it's still an overstatement, it's because I think we can get explanation, but it needs to speak to what is in the supporting documentation. So if we're looking at the supporting documentation and what is recorded, we then had to conclude to say it's still reflecting an overstatement.
Okay, I don't want to drag this point further. I think we'll probably send you questions in writing so that we get a proper understanding. Now, the 47 million I was talking about appears to be similar to the 42 million rand in the sense that it's an amount that was put in the accrual or is put in the accruals as far as the AG is explaining it here, and they are still not getting supporting documentation to you in terms of what is this amount supposed to be paying for if it were to be processed.
I think in terms of the audit paragraph, the 57 million refers to commitments,
Yes.
not accruals. I think.
But you also put, remember the steps are this way. So it would start at commitments, I want to believe.
Correct.
Yes. And then as you gradually bring the supporting documents, the work is done, let's argue then you owe now. Then that would then be recorded under accruals, where you then wait for supporting documentation to come and say, now it is time to pay these people because they have done the work and we have not paid them for that particular work. So the AG is saying, at least if I'm reading this correctly, that even the 57 was approaching a stage where it was actually listed under accruals, AG, or was approaching a stage where it was going to be listed under accruals and you're waiting for supporting documentation there. Was the 57 million listed under accruals?
No, not yet. The fact that it's sitting under commitments, it means it's still at contract stage. There's no expenditure that is recognized either as the other leg would be a payment or accrual. So it has not reached that stage. Thank you.
Because there's and that's because you don't have the supporting documentation, or it's because you are yet to submit to the AG.
We don't have the supporting documentation.
So what are you committing to here?
If I may clarify, that paragraph is referring to write-offs. Both the 55 million and the 57 million are referring to write-offs. They are not referring to making a commitment. They are referring to clearing an expired contracts in our books. We have two things in terms of the accounting standards. If a contract is expired and there's no addendum, we can't keep it in the commitment.
No, I fully understand that. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of us fully understanding this report of the AG. AG, do you understand both 57 and 55 to be referring to the cancellation of or rather the expiring of the contracts? Or do you report them differently? Or are they not the same as the 42 million that we've been dealing with before? Or maybe do this to me. What is the difference between the 42 million, the 57 million, and the 55 million? Then I've got one last question, Chair, and then I'll be done. I'll send my other questions in writing.
Okay, the 52 on the financial statements, the 42 million is under the expenditure element, which is what we talked about in terms of expenditure and accruals. So the paragraphs that speak under commitments would be falling under the commitments balance. So if you were to look at the financial statements of the ETDP SETA, under the commitments, there's what you call an adjustment section, which I guess what the colleague is indicating, whether it is referring to write-offs. So when we're auditing the commitments element, which is different from the expenditure side, that's when we had the limitation and the disagreement, which is the overstatement that we spoke speaking to.
Thanks, Chair. Before I go to my last question about the lease, I think here, I mean, and I don't understand why FM and COO, it's so difficult to provide this information to the AG, especially when there is no dodgy dealings. Because what creates the suspicion is when there's a reluctance to submit these particular documentations. I can tell you now, had you submitted these documents that clearly outline this amount was meant for this amount was meant for this was an error, but luckily the money was not paid, it has been fixed, we wouldn't have spent so much time discussing this. So the reluctance in supporting documentation to the AG is what creates the suspicion that perhaps we may be engaged in some cover-up. And it's up to you, it's not us. It's only when you are able to provide that information where we're able to move on. My last question, Chair, is on the following up on Dr. Christian's question.
Is it only one question?
Yeah, it's just one.
Okay.
I want to understand, former CEO, the certificate that you later discovered to be now invalid, in essence. Was this certificate part of the requirements, prerequisite requirements for the SETA to award the tender of the headquarters? And this question is very important because if the certificate was a requirement before you can award the tender, and we later discover that the certificate was invalid, you'll agree with me then it would mean that the tender was invalidly awarded to this building. If we believe the unless you are saying to me, no, the certificate was just was not a primary requirement. It could be something that we can ignore. But if in a BEC, you have got boxes to tick, tax certificate, I don't know, whatever the things you need. And one of the boxes that needed to be ticked before you can say this can be the headquarters of this building is this certificate. And we later discover that this certificate was invalid. It would mean this tender was irregularly awarded to this building.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Thanks, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I would confirm that part of the terms of reference that I've signed, there was occupancy certificate and other related certificates to be in place when a tender is submitted. Secondly, you are correct that there would be boxes that indicate that this technical compliance is looked into. The BEC report does indicate that. However, as you also suggest, Honorable Member, that later we discover that it is there, but invalid, then hence we had to do some kind of investigation in terms of the processes that led to be misled by this one. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable Souls, it's only you, Honorable Low, and myself left. Honorable Low.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me once more let me greet the colleagues. I first want to check, Chair, because I am of the view that risk management, all SETAs must have a formal risk management framework, which is a committee that seeks to identify and assess mitigating organizational risk. And it is also required by Treasury, which is your Treasury Regulations and Risk Management Framework and Act, which is to promote the King No. 4 corporate governance principles. And also, SETAs must maintain an internal audit function or either outsource them as an approved providers and have an audit committee which will deal with internal audit, which will provide independent assurance on governance, risk management and controls. And this requires a flow from the Public Sector Financial Management Act and Law and Treasury Regulations. Now, I'm raising all of these because these are governed by Skills Development Act 97 of 98 and the Public Financial Management Act of 99, which Treasury Regulations that applies to all public entities. Now, I am starting with this because if the SETA is not in position to be able to deliver or submit documentation as required, I want to ask the SETA, do we have a risk audit committee, And do you have internal audit committee specifically as a SETA, or you don't have such? How, and then if you don't have substantially so, how do you therefore gather documentation information for your audit?
We do have a risk management committee. We do have an internal audit function. It's a cost-sourced function. We have an FM and then an internal staff, one internal staff, and we do have an audit committee in place. Thank you.
So prior to, while you do have them, they couldn't pick up any of the issues that often repeated themselves. For example, if you do have an internal audit committee, before you go to an external audit committee, you should have a pre-internal audit committee prior to your financial cycle, prior to it to be closed. What happened? What was their role to advise you?
The role of the internal audit in the 24-25, when it came to the annual financial statement, they looked at the face of the financial statement. They did not go into the transactions due to time constraints, as we are preparing financial statements in May, June, and also the submission to the AG on the 31st of May. And furthermore, during the course of the year, there are audits that the internal audit will do, where they will then select samples, which will be your financial management audit, your discretionary grant audit, your bursary management audit, your stipend management audit. So those other audits were also conducted, but they were not conducted at the end of the financial year, but they were conducted during the year. I think the bursary management and the internal and the stipend management was only concluded after we have finalized the financial statements. It was somewhere in June. Thank you.
So the internal and risk could not identify any other problems that were repetitive in your financial controls, just like we've said. For example, how many beneficiaries form part of the 42 million as per the page that you've got to set?
If I can open my document now, I can check how many beneficiaries were paid in that batch, that the 42 million transaction arose.
So if you are able to tell how many were paid, are you not able to identify a problem with regard to those who were paid? Because the moment you are able to have a number of those who were paid in the 42 million, you would have known what becomes a problem for you not to have a repetitive mistake in terms of the 42 million being a mistake as a human error.
Please rephrase the question.
I am saying, if you are able to identify on the 42,000 that there were beneficiaries linked to your 42 million, you could have properly linked to say they were never going to be a human error because you are able to identify as per how many were paid as per the beneficiaries.
Okay. Based on the question, I can identify the learners that have been paid, and the 42 million was in error, so there was no learner that was paid on that. So in terms of identifying the error, because when we process the stipend transactions on the system, we don't do it like we do it on VIP, where we will be processing individual learners. We will be processing them on the accounting system as a group, as a batch, or if we have stipend learners who are here in Parliament that are being paid by SETA, we then process those from Parliament as a group, as one transaction entry into the system.
Having to say that, you have mentioned earlier that 194 was paid. Maybe let me put it in this way. How many exceeded the amount per beneficiary?
None. We paid the actual amount that was supposed to have been paid.
None of them exceeded the amount?
No.
As per beneficiary?
No.
Then specifically tell us, what was the human error?
The human error was processing an additional amount on the accounting system. That was where the human error was.
I don't understand. Can you be explicit? Tell us, there was a human error. You are able to identify your beneficiaries as per the 42 million batch. Now, what was the specific human error as per the internal controls? Maybe you must be as simple as you are, because na munya na go rubutwa on tseka starag mo Africans but be net starag and but take me through.
Okay. The human error was on the processing of the transaction on the accounting system. So the transaction, if you look at the transaction, if you look at the system, you have three legs. You have the correct amount. You have that is sitting under payables. You have the incorrect amount that is sitting in accruals. These two amounts are sitting on the credit side of the transaction. Then on the debit side, the two amounts are then added together. They go to the debit side on discretionary grants. That's how the error was then created.
So you couldn't submit that error of explanation as a matter of evidence to the AGSA. You had to wait for them to request them and not have an actual audit findings with regard to that.
In terms of, as I indicated, the error was only picked up when the AG was auditing, and due to...
Wait, stop there. Your internal audit and internal risk audit could not pick up the error?
No, they did not.
They could not? Then what is the purpose of them pre-auditing you prior to meet the AG? Because internal audit you prepares you to go and submit documents to the external Auditor General with all the imperatives and the important stuff. Hence, I disputed the fact that you cannot say that you don't have the scope of what is expected for you to submit. Because when you've got audit internal risk, you mitigate, you reconcile, you preempt, and then you are able to say, if ever that I'm going to pay this amount, these are the risk factors that might happen, and for the audit important factors to deal with, I should respond in this particular way as per the audit outcomes. So your internal risk could not advise you prior in terms of that, because I will expect that as per South African public administration law, quarterly we are reporting, we're expected to send reports to our superiors and we assess them prior to planning, because our life cycle of the financial cycle, it takes us a 1 April to 1 April in terms of financial cycle, and then you can able to sit down and review your work of your finance. So are you saying quarterly you did not sit an audit internal committee meeting? Are you saying your risk audit committee could not sit down and see and mitigate to see, because of this a huge amount of a project? Now, couldn't you identify a problem? Because when you're dealing with such an amount of a project, you should time to time get reportings and time to time unpack as per the beneficiaries that you are dealing with to have a concrete report to report to the department. Couldn't you do that?
As I indicated, the internal audit did conduct audits during the course of the year. And it must also be noted that the procedures of the internal auditors and the procedures of the AG, in some instances, are not similar. What the internal auditors are looking for and what the AG are looking for, and what the risk will look for, it's sometimes different. Because internal auditors will focus more on controls, and the auditors will focus more on providing assurance.
AGSA, can you confirm this? I've got a different view. I don't agree. An internal audit committee is internalized to properly put documentation in accordance to what you're expecting to do. And when you arrive, you will receive a pre-audited internal report that could have covered everything. So if you are coming with different scope and you are dealing with one thing, how do you divorce such processes to each other? Can I get explanation?
Chair, I think the internal audit would be better suited to be able to respond to it, in the sense that they would then be able to indicate what it is that they would have covered in their scope.
I'm bringing into effect because in most instances, as you go to an institution, the first people you meet with is management and internal audit with regard to the principles of how you set up your audits and what is expected from there, isn't it?
No, that's true, Honourable Member. So the internal audit is meant to make sure that the internal controls of the institution are operating throughout the year. So then be doing certain, I wouldn't really want to go into their scope, but certain procedures to be able to give that assurance that the internal controls of the institution are operating effectively throughout the year.
Internal audit, who's dealing with internal audit from the SETA? You are from finance, you should know because they are working closely with you.
Okay. For example, when our internal auditors did the audit of our annual financial statements for the 24-25 financial year, what they looked at the reconciliations that were prepared to support the individual line, the balance sheet items. That's what they looked at. They did not drill down to select individual samples to say, can you give me a document for Dr. Spuka to audit?
No, you don't understand me. When you go to an external auditor, my brother, when you go to an external auditor, your committees internal prepare themselves with a certain documentation of a financial cycles, what all of the imperatives, where there is budget, where there is planning, where there is a project that is active, it falls under audit imperatives because you must be accountable for what you have budgeted for. You can't separate the two. When you go to external audit, you would know in your line items what have you spent, what have you paid, what are you going to have as accruals and surplus. So that as you report to the AG to say, before you audit this particular matter, I've got accruals or I've got surplus. So don't audit yet because I still need to pay some certain invoices even after the financial cycle. Now you can focus your audit based on this as submitted from your quarterly reports. Hence I'm saying public administration of governance give effect to a quarterly reporting to each institution, to its internal committees. That's why if I must ask you a question, I'll ask you a question. What was the exceeded amount transferred to accruals? If so, why was the transferred accruals simply that these are pending transaction or invoices? You understand the technicality as a financial person, imperatively so.
Please repeat that, the last part.
My last question is that, was the exceeded amount transferred to accruals, as you said? If so, why was it transferred to accruals? And simply these are pending transactions or invoices. Is it not so?
Correct. If it's sitting in accruals, it should be a pending invoice.
And transactions. Yes. Now, when you deal with internal audit, you'll be able to determine which one is surpassed and which one are going to be accruals, and determine, therefore, what is left that you are going to go with to another extended financial year. Is it not so?
Yeah, we do that. Even now we are doing.
So you were supposed to identify human error then, if you knew that. Because you could know exactly what are your accruals that you are going to move forward to a next financial year. So how do you not identify a problem? Because you specifically knows your beneficiaries. You can only create a mistake when you're not sure about the number of beneficiaries, when you're not sure what are you going to extend to the next financial year. So why could not that you have identified that there's a problem with regard to the 42 million?
As I indicated, we have accruals that takes time to clear based on information that might not have been submitted at the time for us to process that particular payment. So at the time of reviews and finalizing financial statements, that amount was of the view that it is part of those transactions that are in that. Yeah.
Okay, let me put this another question now. You said that why was the 194,000 dispersed, but an amount was transferred to accruals? Agree. Now, that implies that a specific amount was kept for later transactions. What was that amount for your accruals? You will know which specific amount you have set aside for accruals, because you know the number of beneficiaries, you know your project. It should reconcile with each other. You don't just put a holistic amount for accruals moving to another financial year.
No, you are correct there. I mean, you are correct in what you're saying in terms of us who could have picked it up through our reviews of the financial statements and also reviews of the transactions.
And I'm still not convinced that there was a human error committed and you will not be able to pick it up. Hence, I'm taking you back to basic symbols of the Financial Management Systems Act at how it operates and what is expected as an imperative from yourself. The moment I know, as a financial institutional individual, I'm going to have accruals, so I've got surpluses, I would need to know where to reconcile them as per the accounting system. And I will need to know what is my expenditure. Now, what I think it has exceeded a certain amount for accruals or surpluses. submitted by documentations with regard to this particular matter of the 42 million, because I don't believe there was a human error. I believe there was lack of consequence management for those who expected to do their work. Because before that we get to payments, there are imperatives of committees that seeks to give guidance with regard to what should happen with regard to high level of payments and projects. So the financial manager could have made reference that someone who could have worked in the system for the first time, I would need to know who's that person, and then I would need to know what was the case onto that person. Was there consequence management, or what did you do immediately when you realized that that person has done human error?
The person has already left the organization.
Was he fired? Did he resign?
No, his contract ended.
Hey man, okay. Okay, no thanks, Chair. I think let me move to another question. Former CEO, I want to check with you, why were governance failures not addressed during the tenure of a CEO who served over 20 years? You have over 20 years, and then I'm raising this. Why were governance failures not addressed during your tenure? Or what governance failures have you addressed?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Thanks, Chairperson. During my tenure, one did not pick up any governance failures that could not be addressed. Unless maybe we can go to the individual kind of, but when we talk about the issues around tenure, one did not pick up any governance failures that could not be addressed. Unless maybe we can go to the individual kind of, but when we talk about the issues around the finance kind of management as a question under review at this point in time. In the last 25 years as the ETDP SETA, we have been able to get more of the qualified, unqualified, and clean audits. This is an isolated matter of which it shows some kind of a decrease or reduced internal control effectiveness in that one. That must be dealt with.
Okay, let me put it this way. What oversight mechanism failed to detect the following? Long-term contractual irregularities, weak due diligence on infrastructure, potential irregular program funding allocations in your tenure when you were CEO? Because this was part of the issues that were identified. Long-term contractual irregularities.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Member. If you can give me explanation in terms of which long-term irregular activities, then I'll be able to be direct in my answer to you.
You've never came across contractual irregularities? Yes, you've been a CEO, because we're sitting on an irregularity now of a certain building, 1, 2, where there was no due diligence that was played into effect. 3, there were no internal controls into effect that could give as to what could have transpired. Hey, Chairperson, 20 minutes. 20 minutes, Chairperson.
May I, Chair?
No, wait. Let's discuss the time. Okay. So I'm raising all of this because you would know why I'm asking this, and being specific would do that thing. In your past 20 years, are you saying you've never met with issues of irregularities and failure to do due diligence in a building? That's what I want to check.
In the past, we did not have any kind of contractual kind of challenges. This is the 6th building that we've been. All of those years were appropriate kind of years that we had. And once you have also the building, you also get the auditing of the building because it's financial. Nothing has been picked during the last 20 years. This is a single case, an isolated case. Hence, we had to put mechanisms in place of thorough investigating in terms of what are the issues that have led to this, so that there is no further recurrence in the system. Thank you very much.
Okay, last question, Chair. Over the past 2 decades, significant funds have reportedly flowed from ETDP SETA to DBE link initiatives, including the NEC-related programs. What major service delivery outcomes have been attained? How many educators were meaningfully capacitated? What independent evaluation exists to justify continued funding during your tenure?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. At the moment, I do not have the numbers because it's in the annual reports that have been there. That information can be made available to you. But what I can assure you is that training has taken place. Educators have been developed. The SETA has been leading the issues around qualified kind of educators to be in place and dealt with the issues of unqualified educators and leading issues around curriculum in terms of teacher education, teacher development, and in-service training. So those activities did take place, and we have seen some improvement in the system in terms of improving the quality of teaching and learning in our system. Thank you.
Okay. Let's start with the building issue. So, who sits in the BEC? Okay, maybe let me start it this way. Because we are going to ask you to give us the documentation after the meeting. One, the bid specific, the BSC, the specification one. Because that's where you would have known what you need. And then you'll give us the specification, but also who drafted, who sits there. Then you'll give us who was sitting on the BEC that evaluated this thing and recommended it. So you'll give us that BEC report and the individuals. Then you'll give us who are sitting in the BAC and their recommendation to the CEO. So you'll give us these things because we want to understand what the problem is so that we're able to help you resolve the problem here, Chairperson. You indicated, Chair, that, no, before I come to this point, let me finish this one. So, in the organization, maybe not, don't give me names, but in the give me positions so that I want to understand something. Who was sitting in the BEC? Who can answer? COO or CEO, former CEO, yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I must say that we follow the National Treasury and PFMA in setting up effective structures that are in place. And those people get to be appointed by myself after having been identified by the head of supply chain. In terms of the BSC, we have managers that are sitting there and using a senior manager to chair because we understand that the BSC is the one that...
Managers of what?
At the SETA, we have what we call the senior management team, which means those are the high-level kind of people in terms of thinking structures and the applications and implementation.
So you had the CEO, you had the CFO.
Not at the BSC. At the BSC, you get where the terms of reference. So you get the end user, the person that is your facilities management, will be part of that.
So the manager of facilities was there.
Yes,
that's
in terms
one.
of BSC.
Who else was there?
And then there is a committee, once the end user, the manager of facilities, gives out what are the needs, what are the demands for the organization. Then a committee will sit there, supported by an SCM personnel, so as to guide in terms of that you are following the right kind of processes and procedures. That is your BSC. And we get to that BSC. Then the BSC, in terms of reference.
So the BSC is being chaired by the facilities manager?
No, in this case, it has been chaired by a senior manager. The facilities manager will be part of the end user. in terms of the building.
When you say senior manager for what?
We look at our senior managements. In this case, our senior manager previously was our risk manager that was sitting at BSC. Then we had corporate services manager sitting at the BSC.
Okay, so you are 3 people.
Now you will have one senior manager chairing the BSC. And then you will have the specialists and the SCM people so that you can get it right.
So the chairperson of the bid specification committee was not a specialist.
Is not necessarily a specialist.
Okay. Then
BEC.
who from the BSC was sitting in the BEC?
Do you want me to name?
No.
Okay.
The position. Who?
The position is a senior manager.
So this senior manager, what I want to show you where the problem is.
Okay.
But I want you to help me go into
Okay. Let me ask Mr. Yoste from SCM just to give.
Yoste.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. On the BSC, previously the chairperson was a senior manager or a HOD. That is in the previous BECs. In this case of the building, the BEC chair at that stage was myself. I was the ECM specialist at that stage.
Okay. So you were chairing the BEC?
No, BSC.
Or bid specification?
That's correct.
Okay, but you are in supply chain?
That's correct.
Yeah, let me tell you the problem with this. You should specialize in supply chain, right? The person who was supposed to lead you in the bid specification should have been somebody who specializes in what an office or building should be. And I'm saying, I'm pointing at you, this might be where your shortfall is, right? And then because we are chairing a BSC, and then you put together this thing, I'm assuming that you then, on behalf of the BSC, was sitting in the BEC. Is that correct? No. Who then had to make sure that these people understand these specifications that you put together in the B. They must evaluate something that they know. That who then in the BEC came from the BSC side to make sure that you understand this problem.
Thank you, Chair. The BEC is compiled by cross-functional managers and official and HODs within the SETA, and then on the BEC, also if say for example it's a building, the facility manager is also part of it. If it's operations, then we got a person that's from operations that can assist.
But this facilities manager was not sitting in the BSC.
No, he was part of the compilation.
The person who represented the specifics committee in the evaluation committee was a normal member of the specific.
No. He's only co-opted as a specialist to assist if there's questions from the BEC.
So I'm trying to show you the structural wrongness or structural, maybe not wrongness, structural flaw in what we are doing. The understanding is that the person who chairs the specification committee, bid specification committee, should be a person who will drive the committee, was a specialist in this thing. So the bid specification committee, the chairperson should not be one person. It will be, if you are dealing with a building, it must be somebody who, specializes in buildings, on engineering, whatever the case may be, right? If you are doing bid specification committee of grants, it must be somebody who sits in the operation who will know what is it that we know, so that they are able to guide what is it that you put in the bid specification committee? Because the former CEO says this only one compliant company. Later on, we find out that their occupancy certificate has got a signature problem, but also a date problem. You will not have picked up that thing if there's no person who specializes in that space. And that's the point we're trying to. At the evaluation committee, when you are a supply chain person, you want to check compliance of certain things. I'm sure at BEC, you also had, you should have had a legal person, you had. So the legal person did not see this, because this is a compliance person. You're saying to me, in the bid evaluation committee, your legal person in the BEC failed to see this document that, are you correct? Because that's what the problem is. You missed it there. Then it goes to the bid adjudication committee, where you as the chair of the BEC, you are supposed to, were you sitting there?
The BAC, I was the chair of the BAC at that stage, remember?
Of the, who was the chair of the BEC?
No, that is the IT person.
The IT person was chairing BEC.
Yeah, because it's a transitional.
No problem. So this person of IT from BEC also sat in BAC so that they present their story there, isn't it? No.
No, no.
Okay.
There cannot be, remember, there cannot be a person that function in BEC in BAC as well.
Yeah.
What we do is the chairperson of the BEC do the presentation to the BAC.
Yeah, and then
he
defend.
left.
Then
Or she left.
if they ask them questions, then they
Yeah,
leave.
and
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
That's what I meant, that they will have to go present and defend this decision that they've taken.
That's correct, yeah.
Right? So they went and submitted this thing, presented, accepted by BAC.
Yeah.
Who was sitting in BAC?
BAC, it's the chairperson was the CFO, because that is what the Treasury regulations also indicate. It should be preferably the CFO. So in that case, it was the CFO. There was 3 other members. The one was the COO at that stage. And at that stage, I was the previous supply chain manager resigned. So I was appointed as the acting supply chain manager. So I was part of the BAC at that stage as well. And Dr. Patel was the other member of the BAC.
Okay. Okay. So you participated at the BSc level and at the BAC level. Okay. All right. So when we started the meeting, I indicated that I've been reading a lot of newspapers about yourselves. And it's important that we give you an opportunity to clarify some of the things that would have been on the media chairperson, right? So you indicated that when Honorable Khabo asked the question, I allowed him to ask it because I felt it was well within the the right to ask. It was not interfering with the DC case you have against the CFO. You indicated that you had a preliminary report from forensic. Please, to the record, just confirm on the record.
Yes, indeed, Chair.
And this preliminary report indicated that you must suspend the CFO.
Yes, indeed, Chair. That was the recommendation.
And this preliminary report says you must suspend the CFO for her role that she played in the building issue.
No, Chair, it says, I will try and be as verbatim as possible, that there are instances wherein certain documentation was required. And it is the view of the forensic audit company that from two particular individuals, this information seemed not to be forthcoming and so on. And therefore, in their view, having the colleagues in the entity might kind of stifle the process and so on.
So the CFO is suspended for not cooperating with the investigation.
In requesting to some official of the entity, and this information have been not forthcoming, as a consequence of which it delays the process because we would have wanted them to finish this process. So they then said it's important for the AA to clear the path for the investigation to be completed. As part of clearing the path, they then recommended that we must, what you call, what's the word? Precautionary. For a precautionary suspension, not for punitive reasons, but to ensure that as in when they want to pass, they are able to pass without hindrances. I think I'm responding, Chair.
Okay. The preliminary, preliminary report, forensic report. Is it a report that you can share with us?
Yes, I think so, Chair.
Okay. So we'll ask you to share with us this preliminary report. So that you wanted to say something.
Chairperson, I think we'd have to take advice from our lawyers on that one, because those are the documents that are before the court as well. Because those are the documents that are before the court as well. So we do not have a problem to submit the information to the committee. But if they in any way compromise us, we would have the problem, which is why we indicated in our letter yesterday we wrote to you. So I think if you would allow us first to check so that it is okay to submit the documents under normal circumstances, we would not have had a problem.
No, yeah, maybe check with your legal team and then get legal advice, because we don't want you to say we compromised you, in court. The reason why Chair was asking this question is because yesterday I was reading the Citizen, and if you read the article on the Citizen, it suggests that your suspension of the CFO is as a result of her participation in the BAC. And if you look at the question, when you read the article, it also says it is therefore surprising that out of all the committees, the board suspended her, or the chair of the BAC, whereas you had two other members of the BAC, Patel and the COO, who were also part of the BAC, and you had not suspended them. That's why I was asking, so that you clarify these things out there. And maybe in your letter of, I don't think this one can be a legal problem. Maybe also give us the letter of suspension. I don't think that could be. It's of a precautionary suspension. That one, it's already out there. You have already shared it. Maybe share it with us so that we're able to check whether the article was correct, and if the article is correct, it means you've just misled us, and I hope that's not the case. Maybe share it with us so that we are on the same page. Financial manager, I have about 8 questions, but these members, they've made it very difficult for me to ask you questions because I don't think they were too kind to you, and I'm a very kind person. If I ask you, and you did not eat during lunch, so if I ask you more questions, I'm afraid it might not help us. Honorable Souls, I had about 3 minutes, 9 seconds left of my time. But I'm going to give you to ask, and I'm going to give members 5 minutes each.
Sorry, Chairman, just on this thing of legal, I wanted you maybe
No, the
to
problem,
give.
you see, the problem is you are creating, you are creating listen,
No,
just
it's
wait
fine.
for Honorable Souls.
Okay.
It's the only
But you
one.
interjected me, I allowed you. You
Is
see
the
when I have
only
problem.
one left.
But it's fine.
Yeah. Honorable Souls.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, my colleagues are very astute. I had to literally dive in differently because my colleagues has addressed a whole lot of things that I initially wanted to look into, but will take another direction. AG, in your professional opinion, would you say that public money are possibly, emphasis on possibly, being stolen from the SETA?
It would be difficult to say, Honourable Member, because we would need to work with evidence. So currently we don't have evidence to indicate that public money has been stolen or that it has been not stolen. There's such a thing. So unfortunately we work with evidence because of the limitation that we're currently placed with. Hence we say that it's important to have an investigation because it is a possibility. But based on what we have looked at, we can't really say it has been stolen.
What does it indicate?
It could be a lot of things, Honourable Member. It could be what the colleagues are indicating, which obviously needs to be substantiated. But it usually we would say if we've got a limitation, it is an indicator that there could be a fraudulent element as well. But obviously fraud needs to be substantiated for you to actually end up saying that there is fraud that is taking place. But it can be an indicator of such.
So it's a possibility.
Maybe let me use an indicator. Please allow me to say it's an indicator of such.
It's an
indicator of such.
It's an indicator that money is possibly being stolen.
Yes.
Thank you, AG. Finance manager, are people under your watch stealing money from the SETA?
No.
You are sure?
I am sure because I am the one who does the final release of the payments.
Are you 100% sure?
Sure.
Is the SETA stealing from the future of young South Africans by not making grant payments to them?
No, because grant payments are being made on a monthly basis for stipends and on a request basis from our stakeholders for other various interventions that we do.
When you say there was an error of paying the 42 million, you are saying that the money, the grant funding, is still in the bank.
Correct.
That means it hasn't been paid.
Correct.
Meaning that there are students that now hasn't received that.
I think all the students in the 24-25 financial year who have submitted a claim to the ETDP SETA, all of them have been paid.
So that 42 million that's still in the bank is for what?
It should be based, it should clear the commitments that we have in our financial statements.
So you're saying that there's no students that need that?
The funds are already committed for the students. Some of our projects will run for 24 months, some will run for 18 months, some will run for 6 months. When we have to disperse specifically a stipend, we disperse it on a monthly basis. We don't disperse it all at once. So the funds, we should still have them in the bank to disperse for the students and the learners that are currently in our programs coming from the current APP and the previous APP as they are finalizing their final year of their trainings.
So students should have been paid from that 42 million.
Students were paid, yeah, they were supposed to be paid. The money is still sitting in the bank. It is clearing the commitments that we have.
Now, I understand that, but I understand they were paid, as my colleague says, what they were supposed to be paid. When the AG got your report, the impression from what they got was that that money was paid. Then you clarify, no, it was an error on the accounting system. The money is still there. But I'm saying when the report comes to the AG, the impression is the money is being paid. You saying it's still in the bank. Now I want to know, given that it was an accounting error, that money that's now sitting in the bank, should it have been paid? Are you saying no or are you saying yes?
It was not supposed to have been paid and it is not paid. That 42 million.
So as we're sitting here now, that money is meant to be there in the bank. It's not meant to be have allocated to students.
Correct. No. That 42 million. Yes.
And you explained again what was the code error?
The error?
You said there was a code error. The verification error, apart from the documents, was that somebody typed in a different code.
No, I didn't. Yeah, it code, instead of invoice, they selected invoice shipment, which then created an accrual leg.
For the 42 million?
Yes.
What was it supposed to be?
I think one transaction was supposed to be 194,000, the other 143,000, the other 215,000, the other 340,000.
All of it would then have amounted to 42 million.
No. Those ones amounted to a separate amount that was then subsequently paid. What amounted to the 42 million was the accrual leg.
But the code that was used was meant for what would have been less than 42.
Correct.
So where does the person get 42 million from?
That one I don't know.
Out of all the amounts they can think of, they choose 42 and 6 zeros. How do you explain that?
Okay. According to our investigation was that some of the transaction it took we issue what we call purchase orders for this to align it with the contract so that we can manage the spending in that purchase order. One of the transactions that we analyze is that the system took a balance of the purchase order and then created that was the balance of the purchase order was the one that created the accrual.
So the purchase order balance amounts to 42 million?
No, it was 7 different transactions combined amounting to 42 million.
On one code?
On one, yes, I can say on one batch, on one processing batch.
And the system automatically took that?
Based on the report that we did from our system service provider who assist us on the system, they indicated that it was a human error, not a system error.
You just said that the system took that. Now you're saying it's a human error, so somebody typed 42 million. Which one is it?
Okay, let me say somebody typed in the different transactions amounting to 42 million.
So the system didn't take it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's not what you say.
Okay.
You said the system took that batch with that code and it amounted to 42 million. Then you say, no, it was a human error, so somebody typed it. Because my initial question was, so somebody just took a random number and did 42 and 6 zeros. Then you said, no, the system did it. Now you say it's human error. Which one is it?
It's human error.
So somebody typed a random number of 42 million.
In 7 different transactions amounting to the 42 million.
That's even worse. You are saying to me it would have been much easier to make a mistake like this, 42 and 6 zeros. Now you're saying a person took 4 to 6 different amounts and typed it, then amounts to 42 million. That is to say someone looked at something and typed it. There must have then be a source. Or are you saying they took that numbers out of their heads and typed it? Or are you saying that there was a source from which they got these different numbers?
There was no source for the additional numbers. The source was for the right transactions that I was mentioning, your 194, your 143. That was where the source was.
So someone typed it from a source?
No, what I'm saying, the source had the small amounts that I mentioned.
Yes.
So somebody probably typed in the other amount based on the report that we did from our accounting system service provider.
You see, you went from human error, someone typed, to someone probably did it. It's either the person did it or they didn't. But I'm going to stall there because of my time. I'm going to go to the former chairperson. Or no, let's continue with the following. You obviously dispute the 690,000, right? You're saying that there's never been payment made for a vacant building of 690, as it is alleged. You dispute that? No, it's still for you.
Okay. Yes, correct.
So on the 25th of April to July, was the building vacant? The building vacant?
It was not filled to capacity.
Was it vacant?
It was not vacant because SETA employees were going, but not all the employees of the SETA were going to the building.
So it was, how full was it? Because when you send the staff home, you're saying that in your presentation to us. Are you saying if we come there, we must consider it to be vacant because staff is not there?
There was an, okay, we were using the building partially at the time, where we would go do shortlistings, we would go do tender administrations.
Who's we? Because you say to us in the presentation that you sent the staff home.
Some of the staff members.
But you don't explain to us what is some, is it, and whether that sum means that now that if there's 3 people in the building, would you consider the building vacant? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Chair, perhaps can we allow the former CEO to, because I think she did try and, narrate this earlier.
Like what amounts to a building being considered vacant, and what amounts a building to be considered occupied?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Thanks, Chairperson. When you rent a building, you rent a space according to the number of the people that you are having, but it's not a per person, it's a group. And then, as we have indicated that the instruction for staff to go home, it would have been at the time the panic to mitigate the risk that could happen.
I understand, but
yes, and then they had to, because all our assets, we didn't take all assets and computers and printers that are there. So there was a sizable number of staff that went after that decision. But there were precautionary measures this time. Not to have your all staff, boom, they are there. So there was a sizable number that is there.
And that sizable number makes us to must consider it as not being vacant.
Not vacant, yes. Member, thank you very much.
And then, former board chair, is it true that the board appointed an external lease committee in July 2020?
Chair, I don't recall it through you, Chair, being called an external lease committee. What we set up, and I think that date was correct, I'll have to check it. We set up an office space committee. We were conscious that the building we were in Gandhi Square, was raising some concerns, particularly among staff. They weren't happy about the setting. At the same time, we were receiving offers from the landlord to, in fact, invite a sale of the building.
All right.
So the building committee was just to advise us, do we think about buying it or do we think about moving? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, here the words external lease committee doesn't come from us. It comes from your presentation. So you called it external lease committee. And 2, your presentation says that that committee was formed in July 2020. I repeat the question. Did you form an external lease committee in July 2020?
I don't believe so, Chair, no. I think there were different committees. Perhaps the CEO would explain.
Is the presentation lying?
No, it's not, Chair.
Yes, anybody can clarify. I have no problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Just to clarify on the committees that are there, because our contract of the building at Gandhi Square was coming to an end, there was a need for us to engage with the board and engage with National Treasury. I must say that the word external might be the problematic word. We had an internal lease committee which was made up of a group of people inside the building, employees, including the staff and also the union. That was internal.
CEO, yourself and the former board chair would make us look like we're not knowing what we're talking about. On slide 13 of the presentation, your presentation, you say to us, we also wish to appraise the Honorable House that the lease agreement between what And then you tell us that the key procurement milestones, board appointment of external lease committee, July 2020. You tell us that.
Yes, Honorable Member, there was a board committee which we called External Lease Committee.
Yes,
Yes,
so
we did have.
the board chair says it wasn't.
No, that was the external, and it was
But
made
who
of
must we
members.
believe now, yourself or the board chair, former board chair?
It just might be the term external, and we apologize for the word.
But you didn't use it once, CEO, you used it twice.
It's a board committee, but it's external, just it's not internal members, because the
That's fine, but you
Yes.
used the word twice, the words twice, so it's intentional, it's not a mistake. So I have no problem with the use of the words external. I have a problem with the former board chairperson saying under oath it doesn't exist, and then you saying it does. So I want to establish for the record which version do we accept, yours or the former board chair?
It's a board committee which we called external list committee.
All right, so we accept that it's a
Yes.
it's a external lease committee. The reason for this committee was to deal with this whole acquiring of a new building. This committee was established in 2020, and the process only starts in 2024. Why did it take 4 years for you to compile a terms of reference?
Honorable Member, at the end of 2020, our lease agreement was coming to an end. And therefore, there was a need of an external committee and internal committees. Again, because we had already finished the 5 years of the first lease agreement, we were supposed to have vacated by 2020 the Gandhi Square office. But the external lease committee, which was made up of the board members and the internal, we had a discussion that given that we had stayed in this, we had the opportunity to extend via National Treasury. Therefore, we're able to put a proposal to National Treasury for extension until 2022. Again, in 2022, we requested for a further extension for that. So the list committee was always there from that period of 2020 until 2024. Thank you very much.
Yes, so for 4 years, nothing really has happened materially. For 4 years. Then, when you finally start, you then rush it in 6 months. And because you rush the process, you then end up in a building that is not proper. You see where I'm going with that?
I do understand, Honorable Member, as I indicated that there were processes for us to be able to get into the building earlier, but there were also non-compliance issues that we encountered. Thank you very much.
Chair, am I allowed to, or must I stop?
I am going to give you 5 minutes, like now,
Okay.
with other members, but Honorable Khabo needs to leave
Okay.
at 4, so I think he needs to speak to the president before the president addresses the nation at 4. So I'm going to start with him on the follow-up. I'm going to start with him, and then no, it's fine. I'll come to you. Anytime. I'll end with you, Honorable Souls. Okay. Honorable. So we'll take about 5 minutes.
Even less than that, Chairperson.
Okay.
CEO, would it be safe for me that, or for me to say that what led to the appointment of a service provider to provide those offices was based on the report of the adjudication committee?
It was based on the entire process of that, and the recommendation was made by the Bid Education Committee. Thank you.
Now tell me, in terms of the bid adjudication committee's report, was there any due diligence that you had conducted as an accounting authority before you attach your signature on that report?
Before I attached my signature on the report, there was due diligence in terms of checking the BEC documentation that was provided, the BAC documentation. And also, it was indicated that there were concerns in terms of the floor that we can occupy. And I was able to go to the site together with the CFO and clarified those issues. And then I was able to sign the letter of award.
So before signing, you were satisfied by issues that you had raised for clarification. The response that you had received, you were comfortable with it.
Yes, at the time I signed, I was comfortable.
Now, part of your report, before occupying the building, was there any structural report or structural assessment report that you had requested to assess the state of the building?
No, we have not asked for a formal structural report.
Why did you commit the public funds on a building that you have not really assessed structurally, whether is it good to be occupied or not?
The bid committees, bid evaluation committee and the BAC, they did go to do the site inspection and they were happy with those issues that they have been able to find out.
So let me leave that part, because if they were happy, you would not be discussing this matter. If their report to you was a true reflection, we will not be discussing this matter. Let's go to your bid specifications committee. I will not really be interested in the names, but I'm much more interested on the academic background of individuals who are forming part of that specification committee. Do you have any architect in that committee?
No, we do not have, member.
Do you have the person that deals with your management of buildings?
Yes, we did have a facilities specialist.
The facility specialist?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any report from the facility specialist that indicate the state of the building that you'd be occupying? Because my assumption is that before you could finalize everything in terms of appointing the service provider, your technical person must be able to satisfy himself or herself in relation to the status or the state of the building. Was there such a report?
Yes, that report culminates into the terms of reference. So the BSC was able to develop the terms of reference that were signed for advertisement.
Do you understand my question, madam?
I do, honorable member.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, let me go to another question. Why did you sign? Why did you sign and commit the state on occupying a building that you don't have any structural report on?
I did receive the report from the BAC, and the BAC received that report from the BEC. So there was a report which culminated in the recommendations that were forwarded to me.
Look, you are trying very hard to exonerate yourself from the problem. And as an accounting officer, obviously, you've got that responsibility of making sure in the institution everything goes well. And I'm asking you, and you're saying that you have relied on the report from the BAC. Would I be right to say that you have failed one of your fiduciary responsibilities?
I don't think so, honorable member.
If you don't think you have failed your fiduciary responsibilities, why then did you sign a contract committing the state on a building that was later proven not to be in good condition?
The time of signing, there was nothing that was suggesting non-compliance.
So it's safe to say that, in a way, you have not really played any due diligence outside the report that you have received from BAC, meaning that you as an accounting authority, you have never reeled or subjected the report that you have received from the BAC to an external person or board that will provide assistance on the report as to whether is it a true reflection or not. Specifically now that you are dealing with the business, I mean with the building occupation, didn't you do any or conduct any process of verifying the state of the building outside the BAC? So you want to tell me that the wrong decision that you have taken, that is...
It's fine. Close the mic. Answer there to the record.
Okay. The roles are clarified in terms of what has to be happening. And the BEC did go and do the inspection. The BAC also did that. So on the basis of those structures that had to do the work, and then again, on the concerns that were raised, one was able to go and look at the building. But at the time of signing, that was the information that one had.
This Patel, is that one who was at Merced?
Yes, Chairperson.
What was his position? What is he still working at ETDP?
No, Chairperson.
Whatever, he resigned. What happened?
No, it was a contractual appointment that we had.
Oh, short-term contractual. When you appointed him there, you did not know that he was suspended at Merced.
No, Chairperson, we didn't get the report that he was suspended. Merced. But it was a contract kind of appointment just to manage our surplus funds.
Is this one who's having issues with Fort Hare now? Is that the same guy?
I can't confirm that now, Chairperson. I'm trying to get the issues, member.
Okay, is he not the one who's having, who's part of the 18 people who are arrested at Fort Hare?
Oh, yes, Chairperson, the media news did indicate that Mr. Raymond Patel was involved in that process. At the time was involved in that process, was no longer at ETDP SETA.
Okay. Honorable, I'll give you, I forgot that the board member had raised his hand earlier on, but no, come, Honorable Kaka.
We have a revolving door of cadre deployment that has captured the state successfully for the purpose of looting and nothing else, Chair. That's very clear to observe. Chair, I want to conclude to say our deliberations today have proven a number of things. That when DG, that ETDP SETA certainly did not maintain accurate and complete records to support the expenditure. Not only did they maintain them orderly, they are unable to furnish them to the Auditor General in a manner that is satisfactory. That's a fact, which is why you came here and gave us a presentation of things that you're going to do differently moving forward, because you yourself have admitted that you haven't really done well. That's an admission of guilt in itself. But there are 13 provisions of the PFMA that the ETDP SETA is guilty of, and I'll list all 13 of them, because they all constitute criminal offenses. 1, they failed to maintain effective, efficient, and transparent systems of financial and risk management and internal control. 2, to prevent unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure and losses resulting from criminal conduct. 3, to take effective and appropriate disciplinary steps against any official in the service of the department, trading entity, or constitutional institution who contravenes or fails to comply with the provisions of this Act, commits an act which undermines the financial management and internal control systems of the department, trading entity, and constitutional institution. Number 4, they failed to comply and ensure compliance. There was a failure to comply and ensure compliance by your department and the ETD
ETDP SETA financial year, in accordance with generally recognized accounting practices. Your finance manager has already admitted that guilt. They failed to exercise the duty of utmost care to ensure that there's reasonable protection of assets and records of a public entity, which they are. They failed to act with fidelity, honesty, and integrity, and in the best interest of the public entity in managing the financial affairs of the Republic's ETDP funds. They failed to maintain effective and transparent systems of financial and risk management and internal control. There's a failure to prevent irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditures, and losses resulting from criminal record, and expenditure that does not comply with the operational policies of this public entity. They failed to take effective and appropriate disciplinary steps against any employee of the public entity who contravenes or fails to comply with this act. They fail again to keep full and proper records of the financial affairs of the entity. But all in all, ETDP SETA has failed to prepare financial statements for this financial year in a way that ensures that the Accounting Standard Board would approve what is generally applicable and recognized accounting practices for this entity. You do not need a forensic investigation to know all of this. All you need to know is to have a PFMA Act to read it, to read the Auditor General's outcomes, to know who has already told you that these people are guilty of all of these other things, to disband the entire finance division of the ETDP SETA. The entire finance division, including their risk management committee, the risk audit internal audit committee within the ETDP SETA. As the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, it is your job to ensure that entities that fall under your department comply with the laws of the Republic of South Africa. Before Mngesi can go on retirement and enjoy her beautiful two pieces and have happy lives in general, you still need to ensure that whoever is left within the institution can comply with the laws of the Republic. Your people have failed to do so. Your ability to sit in this meeting, DG, and not find anything wrong with them immediately and dismiss them says to us that your leadership as the Director General of the department is also lacking. It is complicit. It is in itself a deviation of the Combating of Corruption Act of our country, which you're supposed to comply with because you have enough evidence within your department to suggest that you should have known and you should have seen, and you have reports that suggest that you should fire all of these people.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think South Africa already knows that not one, but 3 SETAs are currently under administration. Some of our entities, CFOs, have been fired, boards have been dissolved. Consequence management happens in our department, but it follows a particular pattern that is determined by law. For example, once you've determined that wrongdoing has happened, still determination tests must be conducted that are specific. Currently, we have reported in this committee that there are 2 reports that we are sitting with. One is a comprehensive report that is sitting with the minister currently, which only has been submitted to us on the 20th of April. And therefore, once the minister has applied his mind on that report, and the minister will complete that after advice from the National Skills Authority. We await the report from the NSA, which by law advises the minister before decisions like this are taken. But on record, you know that we are a department that takes consequence management seriously. But further to this, I need to also put it on record that I have put 60 days as a deadline by which charges must have been preferred to anyone implicated in the forensic report that is currently underway. And that is effective from the day, from the end of the, and that is part of the turnaround plan for the ETDP SETA. We are also aware that there could be additional charges, additional findings from what the the NSA is going to recommend, or from the final report of the forensic, and the NSA is going to recommend, or from the final report of the forensic, and what we know to be wrongdoing right now could be just a tip of the iceberg. And therefore, it should not be expected for us to rush processes and then, in the event of doing so, allow people to escape accountability. I wish to commit what we have seen in other SETAs happen will also happen in this one if we find wrongdoing, and it will happen to other SETAs as well who are found to be on the wrong side of the law. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. You can drop maybe before. This 60 days that you're talking about applies to all forensic reports. Yeah, I want to ask about Duja report because we spent almost 19 million on that forensic and you guys are not implementing it. DG.
No, Chair, the 60 days applies only in terms of the forensic report and investigation at ETDP SETA.
So, and then the Duja report, it's 60 years. What's wrong? Why can't we apply the same across? Because if we don't,
yes, Chair,
then the point that Honorable Khachau is raising gains traction, that the department is not doing oversight. You do bring a forensic, it says person X, Y, and Z, they've caused the SETA this much. There must be consequence management on them. And you don't implement it.
can I report?
Yeah.
Okay. Chair, thank you very much. I came here prepared to respond to ETDP SETA related matters. I accept that you are now asking a question on the construction SETA.
No, I'm just asking a general question in the department because she's making a point that the department, or whether it was Honorable Souls, but the department is not doing efficient oversight over the system because these problems exist almost everywhere. So that's the point I make. So the Duja report is an example.
Okay.
There's other forensic reports in the system that I know in some you are implementing, some you are not.
Okay.
So that's the point I was trying to
Let me
make.
accept that, Chair.
Okay.
And assure you that we are alert and aware of our own weaknesses as well. And when we talk about reforms in the entire system, that's what we are talking about. When we revise the Higher Education Act, when we revise the City Act, when we revise the CAS bill, when we revise the NQF bill, when we revise all legislation that underpins the work we are doing, it's because we recognize that we need to strengthen our systems. And where there are weaknesses, where honorable members...
Yeah, so hold on. Honorable Law.
I think it's unprocedural for Honorable Karabo to go without informing the chair of the meeting. Come back. Come back is unprocedural. Don't undermine the chair. You must come and report that you are leaving the meeting.
I wanted to respond to Honorable Khachau. I'll do so later. I hope she will join virtual. Honorable Lonzi.
Chair, can the chair sit that side? I think I've done enough damage to the financial manager. He can rest and come this side, and then I'm going to put my questions to the chair, which won't be many.
You see, finance manager. Finance manager. You see, I did say that I want to ask you questions, and I'm happy Honorable Lonzi also says that. We are only doing so because we want to at least have dinner. You know, food must come in. It's healthy to eat. Yes or no?
I think, Chair, although what we have heard here today really points to very strong, or rather very poor financial controls in the SETA, which, as I had said earlier on, would actually empower the minister or the department to want to come in and put it under administration. I also don't support administration too much, especially from this department. I mean, you will know that I was against construction SETA being put under administration. I was against LG SETA. I was against that, especially on the process. I'm surprised today that the department knows that you must do a section 14A and 15, because last time we were fighting over it because they actually flaunted those processes. But it looks like that's what they want to do now. So I'm reluctant to propose administration, because I also don't think the department may have the solutions to some of these problems. So I'm between that rock and a hard place. Just a quick question to you, Chair of the Board. If the forensic report were to come back and find that the bid evaluation committee or the bid adjudication committee was wrong in recommending that the former CEO must sign off that particular building, in your view, who do you think should be held responsible for that? Is it all the members of the committee? Is it some members and not other members? Is it the person that wrote the specifications? Like, if the report were to come to you and said, no, this building was not supposed to be signed off. And I think we've already gone to town about explaining there's BSc, there's BSc, there's BAC. In your considered and objective view, who do you think should be held accountable? Is it an individual? Is it the committee? All of them? Yeah, I'm interested to hear what your view on that.
I would have to first, of course, after receiving the report, engage colleagues on the recommendations that we're going to have. And on the basis of that which colleagues are saying, either collectively and or individually, the colleagues that are, alleged to have done some wrongdoing from the report should and must be taken to task as soon as we get the report. I think for us where we stand now, I can say that without fear, as a collective, that would want to ensure that the findings of the report are taken to their necessary and just end in a manner that's speedily.
And then the follow-up question is that, do you consider, let's say there's a committee of 4 people, and then there's a chair of that committee, and then the report says to you, no, this committee didn't do its work when it was busy with recommendations. Do you have some members of the committee who you believe must have a higher standard of accountability compared to other members? For example, would you say, no, the chair of the committee must be held accountable because he's leading this thing? Or will you say, no, this other member of the committee must be held accountable because he's a specialist, he should have known that this certificate is invalid? Or would you say that this entire committee and all its members, irrespective of what small expertise they may have had, but had they done their due diligence collectively, we were not going to be where we are today? And therefore, as opposed to saying the problem is the chair or the problem is this one or the problem is this one, they must actually take collective responsibility for where we find ourselves today.
I would imagine, Honorable Member, that, for instance, if issues of fiduciary responsibilities are pointed out, there are certain individuals within the SETA who have got financial expertise, and therefore in the particular committees that they serve in, other committee members might have relied on their specialist skills. But collectively and individually, colleagues should be taken to task, including given their background and experience. Thanks.
So in other words, a member of a committee can say, No, we were misled by this committee member because we trusted their judgment based on the qualifications or expertise or whatever. They told us that no, this certificate is proper. Let's move on. Is that an explanation that you take as an accounting authority? Where a committee member says we're misled by this committee member into believing that we must proceed with this tender.
Sure. Ministerial?
Thank you, Chair. You can't just have, I don't believe you could have a general response to that. You'll have to look at the contextual factors, and particularly if the person acted recklessly, the person acted intentionally. And as Chair said, you've got to look at their expertise. Did you expect a person of that standard or a reasonable person to behave in that way to determine it? So there can't be just one answer. I think you've got to look at the context. You'll have to look at the minutes. You'll have to look, was there anybody misled, and make a decision based on each scenario. It just can't be a general one. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Law.
Thank you very much, Mudula Stulo. For CEO, as an accounting officer for the past 2 decades, is it true that you once approved a lease without verified compliance? And if yes, did you verify this with occupancy certificates, file legal compliance, or did you personally verify it? What did you do?
Thank you, Member. I did not personally verify at the time of approval because the information was not the information at my disposal. The BEC did that, and the report of the BEC indicated that there was compliance. Thank you.
So you relied on the BEC?
Yes, I have to rely in terms of the PFMA section 38, 45, and 51.
How do you respond to a assertion that this constitutes negligence and failure to meet the PFMA obligations with regard to that? Because if you have not verified, then as an accounting officer, the subcommittees of finance relies on you as the CEO to therefore look onto the final arbiters of the recommendations, and you can therefore change or either study and understand what has been recommended by the BCE.
The finances, sorry.
Is it true? Or is it?
It's not correct, Chair. It's not correct, Member.
Not negligence?
No, I have never acted in negligence.
Yeah, but you couldn't verify, you just agreed to approve a building without verifying the lease. It's negligence. Part of your key imperatives and part of when you advertise a particular individual, you've got key deliverables, you've got outcomes, and as you sit down as a person of institution, you'll understand what guides your appointment to a particular building and so forth. So before that, the committee has given you, they are your subcommittee, remember, as an accounting authority. Now what therefore becomes, it means you go to a report of recommendations and you look onto an imperative and then you satisfy yourself so that the day you are going to be called on to a court of law, you are always to say, I verified based on these imperatives and I was guided by the PFMA. So I'm saying you were negligent. I'm still saying it according to the PFMA regulations for failure to verify and have the prerequisite documentation.
I do not agree with that assertion, Member, because in terms of the PFMA, these structures are PFMA related. They have various kind of functions. Because, Member, you could find that somebody said, this is compliant, and I appoint somebody else. Again, there are issues of interference in terms of the procurement. These structures are PFMA with clear roles and responsibilities, with clear kind of specialties that they need to have. And therefore, there is reasonable reliance on the structures that have been set up in terms of PFMA. Thank you.
Chairperson, if I'm a municipal manager of a municipality, the committee that sits and approves, they approve based on documentation, Chairperson. And when I'm saying this thing, if there are 3 companies recommended, Chairperson, it means there are going to be a report accompanied with 3 documentation or 4 documentations that further verifies the key deliverables and outcomes of a particular project for you to make an approval. There is no accounting authority who just wake up and deal without documentation. A subcommittee appointed by an accounting authority will be guided by principles of saying, we've recommended 4, we've taken 1. Now, as an authority accounting person, because I must sign, I must put my signature, I've satisfied myself for this documentation. And indeed, in the key deliverables according to your PFMA, these 6 or 4 imperatives are being met before, and I can put my signature to appoint a particular a company or or a lease for me to understand and to play my oversight role. Chairperson, it's simple. Unless I'm saying there's nothing like that has happened. Every institution that is an accounting authority, even the DG, for any project DG, you know what are the imperatives that you've put in an advert. Immediately when you are done, to satisfy yourself, because you've appointed individuals to preside over the work that you cannot do individually, you therefore sit and look on the key deliverables before signing a document legally, so to satisfy yourself and put it to say, I have signed this company based on what they persist and what they've presented as per the advert or what the contract. Now, when we ask you as per the AGSA or your report, you say, the reason I'm able to report or respond to this is because I've satisfied myself in this particular way. I've got the SLA, I've got this, and I'm in compliance, and I'm quite concerned that we can run the institution. That's my submission. That's why I'm saying it was negligence of the PFMA. I would also want to pose my last question. Hey, we didn't get back to no. All right. Chair, let me ask my last question. I want to check to the chairperson. I see there are media narratives that appears to target specific individuals, excluding broad institutional accountability, and who within the AA governance structures had access to confidential information subsequent to the leakages on the media leakages that has happened. Has the AA initiated any investigation into information leakages and reputational harm? And then media narratives are being used to shape governance outcomes or justify decisions retrospectively. Can I check what could have informed this thing? And have they done something about these leakages? Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, who's going to respond to that one?
Prof will respond. You're fine. Smile. Sure.
Chairperson, it would be a very difficult question to answer immediately because we did not conduct an investigation as the AA into the extent to which these leakages have happened. You can, by virtue of what is in the media, you can begin to identify where the information might have leaked, who possibly could have had access to that information, but a formal investigation into the matter has not yet been done. We are still pursuing various areas of investigation on these matters, and in the process of doing that, all of the information will come to light. At this point, we cannot finger or pinpoint without having had a thorough investigation on the matter to the members.
Okay, Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. CEO, what is the total amount of employees under your leadership?
Of the employees under
Yes, you can estimate.
144. You would have some in the provinces, some I head office, about 144.
At this building that is not compliant, how many is at that building?
I'll just have to check now with the...
Or you can estimate. Doesn't need to be accurate.
Including the interns, we are looking at between 80 and 96.
You have come to the committee. One of the reasons was to help us to understand that the allegations that 690,000 is paid for an empty building. You've come to show us that that's not true. But you've got between 80 to 90 lives, South African lives, that you've put at risk. That confirms that the building wasn't empty. They occupied the building for 13 months in a building that was not compliant and that is not compliant. and monies was paid for a building that was not compliant. Those lives are far more important than that 690,000 a month. So all we did today was confirm that yes, the building wasn't empty, but the building was full of lives that was put at risk for 13 months. How do you feel about that, CEO?
Honorable Member, yes, at the time, as I've reported that, at the time I realized that the building is not compliant, I took a decision to mitigate exactly that was a mitigation strategy. I didn't ask anyone. And then I did the investigations as the CEO.
You should have done that together with the board long before that, before even entering the building. As a matter of fact, you inform us on the presentation that occupancy was taken when it was not supposed to be taken.
Yes, in terms of occupancy, if you recall what I did say that, we did agree that we will take the first floor. But when you get to the building, you get the building that is not yet installed in terms of the tenant installation to get into that. So we had to occupy the third floor whilst we were busy preparing for us to occupy the first
Yes,
floor.
I fully understand that. But if the process, the SEM process is properly followed and due diligence is done, all of this would be avoided. Do you agree?
I do agree with you.
And that's the point I'm making. So we're talking about between 80 and 90 lives that is put at risk and monies are being paid. So I would like the leadership to walk away and not just think we've managed to quench what the media has said. It's not 690,000 for a building. That's not a victory. I'm trying to convince the leadership that you should go deeper. Think about the people's lives that was in that building for 13 months. Am I making the point?
You are making the point. Hence, I did indicate that upon realization, a decision was really taken to do that.
And that's my problem right there. I would have expected you to say, CEO, what you're essentially saying is, yes, that was at risk, but when I found out, I acted. Instead of saying, if the proper process was followed properly to the T, I would have known before that. And that's what the Act is trying to avoid. For example, former chairperson, you say that you are not required to involve yourself in SEM processes, which is true, but there is a way that the Act says you should be involved in the oversight role. Regulation 16A9 says that the board is required to check the SEM system for potential fraud, corruption, and favoritism. Do you agree?
Yes, Chair.
And so therefore, my point is that all of this could have been avoided, especially given that even the evaluation process was done for 4 days. 4 days. This is wrong, and it's people's lives. And I put it to you, what you have done is you've created what the National Treasury SEM Instruction 3 of 2021-2022 warns about. You created a self-created emergency, and this was done in 6 months, and lives was put at risk. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Like I said, I won't use my previous 3 minutes and my 5 minutes now, because I'll just move to summarizing what is happening here. Firstly, LG SETA, they will come. Is that they don't have a building to stay in. March or April came soon, as if they didn't know that when you sleep 90 days, after 90 days, it will be April. But they slept for 90 days. Then when they woke up, it was late. So maybe TG, the problem with you guys in the department is that you are not being efficient as you should. The Deputy Director General responsible for skills is somebody who should be able to pick up these things. We had asked you in 2024, we said to you, do a database of, for the past 10 years, of all SETA officials, say currently in the management of ETDP. This is the CEO, CFO, COO, whatever, what else is in that SMT, I don't know. But you do that and say, in the past 5 years, this is where they were. And in the 5 years before that, this is where they were. And I said to you guys, if you do that correctly, you will see a pattern. What is the pattern that I said you will see? I say you will see that somebody who was at Mayor SETA 10 years ago, who left after being charged but the DC was not finalized, has Vumbugat at ETDP as a CEO material. And I said, do this, because I was asking the former CEO intentional when I ask you. External company to do vetting for you. And these external companies, many of them are not ethical. You find somebody with the criminal, this one, but no, this one is top. This one, but no, this one is top in the SAPS, or this one. But no, this one was vetted. But when you vet correctly, you then find things there. But no, this one was actually arrested, was charged 18 years ago. Because these vetting companies that you guys normally use in the state, you use private ones, you like them. You go use these vetting companies, they are not ethical. They give a report that you want. Because you know this one can't be hired anywhere, but it's your friend. You say, apply a go nna kwa Chomi. Chomi apply a go wena. The vetting says not clean because you guys manage these vetting things. So the reason why I wanted you to do this thing, DG, I was going to say to you, because by the way, this, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think I'm mistaken, this former CEO of Mayor SETA, who was suspended and a salary for many years whilst on suspension, then went to attend interviews at Services SETA in 2024. No, in 2023. In 2023. And then the board that services SETA recommended him to minister as the fraud that might have been committed, because it was only dismissed at Mayor SETA official in December or January this year, I can't remember. Now, the DC that took forever only finally ended now and was being paid. So if he did this short term at ETDP and he was paid, so this guy was drawing two salaries from not the state, it's not him. Or he was volunteering at ETDP. He was getting a salary. So what are you saying to? Because if you are saying it means you are saying he was no longer being paid at Merced. And I'm saying it's the department that must do this, because if if you had a functional directorate there in the skills branch, this thing should not be happening. There's no way a person should earn two salaries from the state. It's even more criminal if it's in the same sector. It's even more criminal that it's not only in the same sector, it's in the same directorate or branch of skills. It means our systems, we can't cry when people criticize your systems, because then we have a problem. So if the department had done this, what we have asked you to do, you'll avoid having these people appearing in the same system. Put together a system that will say a year before the lease finishes, you must advertise. And then it must be clear that we're advertising now, but occupancy, if the lease ends on the 31st of March 2030, you'll say 1 April 2030. But you advertise in 2029, early, a year before. Then you can be able to, there's issues of non-compliance, because even the issue that ETDP advertised on, only one company was compliant. Only one company was compliant. Then ask us questions, or forces us to ask questions. What specifications were that? So you're saying in the whole of Johannesburg, in the CBD, we don't have buildings that can house the ETDP. You only had that one, you said it was Moy Street. You only had that one in Moy Street. And even itself, we've now learned that the occupancy certificate was a problem. No. So we must have a system. We're a Department of Higher Education and Training. We can't be embroiled in problems like this. We must be able to put systems. We've got, they used to be inside, now they're outside. So the Science and Technology Department, Construction SETA bought a building. We don't know what was the problem. They needed to fix. They needed 30 million more. Kuri, it's a lot. It's just a lot. But we can do this thing, TG, if you want to fix the problem. If we really want to fix the problem. This issue of a building should not have happened, leaders of ETDP. It should not have happened, honestly speaking. We must commend you that immediately when you found out about this occupancy thing, you took steps immediately to avoid paying for paying money into something that was going to look like you are paying yourself. Because as we are seated here, somebody may accuse you in the leadership of ETDP that building maybe you paid here as management and then at night you go at the back. Because how would you have not picked these issues? The CEO says BAC, COO, you guys went to see it. Supply chain, you as the head of supply, you went to see this building. Then you recommended it. You will not have seen if there's a structural problem. Why? Because you're not an expert there. That's the point I was trying to tell you earlier on. That you can't, you can't say, no, we watched this thing, we looked at it and we saw. I'm not an expert in paint. If I bring some people to paint my house, I must get somebody who will come and check if they did. Maybe they put water paint there and charge me, because I'm not an expert in paint. But you guys with state resources, you allow yourselves to be expert of everything. You may have very well went to look at this thing, but you will not have seen a structural problem because you're not an expert there. You have a legal team or what? A legal division. Your legal division can't see what do you call this thing? Must help you with compliance. When you sign an SLA, for an example, your legal person should say, yeah, we can't sign this SLA because we have not brought in a structural expert or an engineer here to look whether this thing is real. And by the way, I deal with a lot of contracts. This signature looks dodgy on this thing. Somebody must look at it. That's why we pay people big monies. We pay them to avoid wasting state resources. But you pay them and then they don't do their job. So the issue of a building, we must emphasize, it could have been avoided, but we must commend you for taking action immediately. Because if you had not stopped when you knew, then we're going to say to you now, why did you not stop? We're going to say it means you've got issues. You have got energy drink that you go and take that night. Because it doesn't make sense. The issue of 684, sometimes I'm at 684, 685, 686 or 687. I don't know how much is it anymore. I thought it was 687. And then the presentation, I think, said 684/687. 37. 637. Yeah, 637. Right information. You have committed here, both yourself and the finance manager, that tomorrow you've got a deadline to submit all this information to the AG, right? Submit all this information to the AG, right? The deadline is tomorrow. You've said it in this meeting. I'm going to have a conversation with the AG. Tomorrow is what? It's Friday. On Mondays, I'm going to call you immediately when you get to work. On Monday, I'm going to call you. Have they submitted this information? Because they stood here and said to us, they took South Africa into confidence that this information they have, and then they've sat down with you, you have agreed to give them until tomorrow. But I'll speak to you on Monday. We'll check. But this must never happen again. Because people's emotions, this is public funds. People's emotions were played with. On the streets, there are people who are saying money vanished from their account. I blinked and the money was gone. Go to my slums. You know where I come from, that's this thing called my slums. Or when you have money in the pocket, once they touch you, it's gone. It's gone. So we grew up believing this. So there is, the emotions of people were evoked. That at ETDP SETA, money was in the account 1 minute, and the next minute, money was not there. Earlier on, when I was asking the AG, I wanted us to ascertain that part. That are we sure that money really vanished from the system? Because we have a responsibility as public representatives to hold you accountable, but also to give a true account to the people of South Africa. I'm glad that even though the AG is being safe, saying, no, I did not say money is in the account, but I can't say money was not taken. That's what the language you chose, AG. But I'm glad because it then says it's not true that money vanished. Because it may have been stolen in other means, people being paid. But to say that money vanished from the account and we don't know where it went, it creates an impression that I can go to a bank account or finance manager, you can go to an account of a SETA, withdraw money, and we don't know that we have withdrawn money. I'm saying if it's not challenged, that will be the impression that is created, which is not true. It's not true. But you must still account for monies that are, if you don't, you have made a number of concessions there, that you'll give us this, you'll give us that, you'll, what the AG raised last time, it will not happen again. In October, I can almost guarantee you that we'll call you again. Because I don't like leaving things hanging. Because we could not finalize with you guys here because we're still waiting for these dates and these audits to be done. I'm sure we'll call you again in October. And I hope that when we play back, trust me, when we'll go listen to the recordings of these meetings, we'll read the minutes. By the time you come, it will be as if we had this meeting a day before. Because we do prepare. That's why we want your presentation on a Friday if you are appearing on a Wednesday. So that over the weekend, we prepare for your meetings. So I hope that this system that you say you have now that tells you information and all of that is really there. Because I don't want AG to come and say to us, Chair, ETDP, I'm giving them another qualification. I'm giving them qualification because, one, on the issues that they've raised, that we raised with them last year, they get a repeat finding there. There was no consequence management that they could provide. Because people you can't just do things and there's no consequence management. These are state resources, these are public funds. These are public funds. once the minister, Honorable Loans is right, once the minister says, I'm issuing you Section 14A, it's the first step that the minister can do before he enters into Section 15. Section 15 is when the minister says, I've lost confidence in the leadership of the SETA. I hope it will not get there. I hope you'll cooperate and then we'll fix things. You are new. I hope it will not get there. But cooperate there with the department and the ministry. They asked information, give them. And maybe to your defense, DG, I know that this department, I can't defend it honestly, because there are many things that you are doing that are not right. But maybe to your defense, I must say that our acts are very problematic, Honorable Loans. If we expect the DG to wake up tomorrow and go to the ETDP and say, why are you not suspending the COO? He will be acting against the same act that empowers him to govern them. And they are going to say, DG, how are you here? How do you even enter? Because the Skills Development Act don't allow you to do so. So our not only skills, but our acts in the system are very problematic. Skills Development Act, I really don't have too many problems with it, except few, which I think should be strengthened to make sure that the SETAs are able to function effectively. But I don't really have too many. Where I have a problem is the CET Act and Higher Education Act. At higher education, Honorable Loans, for any intervention from the minister or the department, the Act says you must show that the building has burned down. So when you see smoke coming out of the building, the department and the ministry can't do anything. There's smoke coming out of the building. It says wait for it to burn down and then satisfy yourself that there was fire. Before you call firefighters, I mean, what kind of an act is that? So it's not preemptive. It doesn't help us when we see a problem that happened at MUT, when we see it happening at UCT. You can't do anything. You must first fold your arms and say, let them burn first. And then after burning, then you call, all right, firefighter, I've sent you pictures. The house did really burn. I can see the bones of a person here. A person is dying inside. The Act says, no, you can't do anything. I have a serious problem with that. Serious problem. And we have agreed that, DG, you know you had a deadline of 31 March. I've learned that you have submitted to the minister. So they will give to us the proposals so that us here, we can decide which ones we agree with you. The ones we don't agree with you will tell you. But we'll do our, we've got laws that governs how to introduce a bill. We'll introduce it in Parliament, and then we'll take it to the public. We will go to these universities and say, tell us why we should not tell this. I know they are going to refuse. It means we must really go and mobilize the structures. Those of you prof-wide universities are telling you now, I know we don't agree with you on many things when you are on that side of universities, but we'll still engage with you and tell you this is our proposal. Our proposal is that we must take power from you. We must give it to this one. What do you say? We'll say, no, I don't agree. We know, we expect it. Then we'll go mobilize other structures. And there, remember, we've got a serious footing, especially with students. We're going to unite as the committee. All political parties are going to unite. So we're just telling you now that it's going to be an uphill battle for you. Because we are first going to unite and then agree first on the clauses that we agree on as political parties. From there, we will then lobby each other on the ones who don't agree on. By the time we come to you, we will be solid as a rock. So I'm just telling you now, go prepare them. Tell them those people are going to come, you know. But DG, so you must send us. No, we will give you after the meeting, DG. It's late now. I see Zama when she started looking at me 6 times. She wants to go home. She's got a late flight, so we must allow her to catch that flight. So having said that, I think our meeting went well, but there's things that we could have avoided. The issue of a building was honestly avoidable. The issue of 637. Then there's this thing on the media, 637 gone missing. The SETA is quiet. You don't have communications. You have? No, you don't have. Maybe you have somebody you are paying, but you don't have communication. Because SETA should have went and clarified on TV. People, I can't speak about you something that is inaccurate. You go there and say, no. Yes, we had an issue with the submitting of evidence for the 2 million worth of transactions. The DG decided, or the DG then did not have an opinion on all DGs. So the 637 money was the money we've put aside for discretionary grants to go to skill, reskill our people on the ground, our educators, and all of that. You clarify the nation. But you keep quiet. The story runs. If you Google here, you ask, Bariki Mutok, again now I'm an expert of Google. Remember, last year I was told that I must try this thing of Google. And I tried it, and I'm very strong now there. So, but if you look at it here, somebody just posted that, I just forgot what. If you say 637, ETDP is a SETA where 637 gone missing. What is that? Because you did not contest. Yes, it's a lie, we know. But you did not contest it. And a lie told many times becomes the truth. So the SETA can't keep quiet when, on the media, you can't use the media for factional reasons. We saw you this past 4 weeks, factionally, you've been very strong media-wise, communicating factional views. Let's get somebody to communicate SETA, ETDP SETA views, objective views, that says there's no money that was stolen or that gone missing. The money is in the account. That's your account. The money is in the account. It's still there in the account. We bank with Standard Bank. Standard Bank must confirm if money went missing, because it's a credible institution too. But if you keep quiet, it's the truth. So we'll call you in AG. Maybe you might need to increase scope here when you audit. If you were checking 171 transactions, let's say 300, just to satisfy ourselves. This thing, DG, clearly there's no, the AG said there must be a forensic on this 637. And you can tell it's not there, it was not done. The department, let the department do a forensic there on the 637. Check what is the problem. Because this thing already, finance manager, I mean, I'm not a finance person, I don't know financial terms. But this thing of personal error, then it went to accrual. I wonder when you go there, or work about the accrual, you lose me. Because now you are talking language I don't understand. What I want to understand is, did you pay people money that you are supposed to pay? If not, what was the problem? And forensic, those are, you're going to DG appoint credible accountants to do a proper investigation. Then they will explain these accruals. Then they will bring a report. The current forensic there deals with the building. Yeah, those one leave them to deal with the building. Bring this one to deal with the 687 so that we're all on the same page. 637, yeah. But let's do it. Yeah, I'm very, it's just that SIU is too busy now arresting people. It's doing very good. I don't want to disrupt them. Because when they leave here, there's two institutions I'm actually writing to them about. I want them to go there. So I don't want them to be all over. But there's two institutions that I'm writing to them about to say, check this team for me. Did really this person do the job of 61 million? And was there? There's two, I don't want to reveal them. But I think where they are, they know themselves. But let's do a forensic on this one. Give them proper time frames, DG. We want a job to be done properly, but also speedily. So we'll close our meeting that way. Yeah, we've asked you to give us you'll get a legal opinion. Because I don't want you to accuse us and say, no, it was Lonzi who shared it on Facebook, on all of that. So I know you guys might want to be tricky. So get a legal opinion. I honestly I don't see any legal reason why what do you call it? A preliminary, is it? Preliminary forensic that you've already implemented can really be sub judice. I don't think that could be the case, but go ask your legal people. The letter of suspensions. You know that one, they wrote a legal opinion that even me as a non-lawyer, I could tell that this is a predetermined. And then I've reported them to LPC. So when you give us a legal opinion, you must tell your legal team, legal people, that those ones are going to report you to LPC. You must go and answer to LPC. But also, what did you do here? What was this? This legal opinion that you have given, this, what is it? You know, so give us those things. The other documentation I saw we shared with members that Honorable Kakawa requested earlier. We did receive them, and then we've shared with you members. We'll go through them, and then Ada will give you questions, Chair, that would want you in writing to. Some members were not able to. I even made a mistake. I forgot to give Dr. Christiansen, Honorable Ngubane, there are 5 more minutes on the platform, but they'll give me in writing, and then we'll take it from there. Having said that, thank you very much, and the meeting is now come to an end. No, before I do so, I really apologize. I'm going to give Deputy Minister to do the Deputy Minister's got notes, so and they were printed. You know, I almost made a mistake by not giving her. I'm joking, DM. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to say that, you know, when we go and debate the budget vote as political principles, we debate it and then we get the money. 90% of that money goes towards transfers and subsidies. And we would like to see a return on that money. It's very important. We cannot have reform if certain things are not in place. we have the right people doing the right things at our seaters. And so I think it's concerning for me that, the AG, we got a report from ETDP SETA, and there's a discrepancy, between the amounts. They are saying that the 637 million is actually 634, but the AG is saying it's 637 million. So that in itself presents a problem for us. And what's even more concerning is that the AG has said that the 637 million, which is the full balance of the discretionary grant expenditure, they could not express an opinion on the full balance. It has to concern us. And so I agree with you that perhaps the forensic investigation, an independent one, is the route to go. I think the NSA had indicated that it would investigate, but I also have a problem with our oversight as a department. We request the, SETAs that are implicated to investigate themselves. I think we need to do things in a very different way. And then we rely on a report from them without really finding a way to determine whether what they've given us is accurate. And I think that our oversight mechanism has to be revisited if we are truly going to reform the system. Whether the system is going to take, the form of clustering seaters, etc., if we do not have the right people, Chairperson, especially when it comes to procurement and finance, it will be pointless to even talk about reform because it's not going to happen. And we're not going to see a return on investment in terms of the money that we put into skills development. We're not going to see that skills revolution that the President wants. But Chair, I will ensure that I bring the Minister up to date regarding these discussions and the need for us to then have a forensic investigation into the 637 million. And I agree the issue of the lease agreement could have been avoided. I also agree that the audit of lease agreements that our entities have entered into, and not just the SETA's Chairperson, you will know that NSFAS has the same issues, but EW SETA also had the same problem. I'm not sure if you're aware there was a building issue as well. So I think we need to audit and look at whether leasing, buildings is actually cost effective for our entities. And so I do agree that we need the audit. Chairperson, I don't really want to regurgitate what members have said, but I have taken note of everything. And I think the point around the resurgence of officials who have been found, wanting in other seaters and, emerging again in another seater, that is something that is very important. If it's happening in the public sector and public service, surely it will be happening in our entities. And so we have to nip it in the bud. Chairperson, I just want to reiterate the fact that, ETDP SETA could not substantiate this 637 million. And the Office of the Auditor General could also not, make a determination around where the money went and what it was used for is concerning. And we really have to look into that. And I will make sure that I share the findings with, not the findings, but the deliberations today with the Minister, so that as a ministry we can then take a final decision on how to resolve this matter, because we do not want to see a fourth SETA being placed under administration. Administration is always a measure of last resort, and really, I think that in this instance, if the SETA can assist us as well and ensure that you meet the deadline around submitting that, I really pray that the steps, the documentation is there, and it will be, to the satisfaction of the AG. But if it's not, then we will be compelled as a ministry to look at consequence management. Because we cannot continue, people have lost trust in SETAs, and if we are determined to really ensure that there's a reform process, we've got to ensure that we restore trust in the SETA system first and foremost, and we have the right people, especially when it comes. Chairperson, I must say, it really, how can I say, it's discouraging to always appear before portfolio committees, to answer for allegations against our entities, we would like to come before the portfolio committee to report on some of the good work that we're doing. And in all honesty, I think this has to come to an end. And as a ministry, we are determined to make sure that we have entities that are really living up to their mandates and can make a difference, especially our SETAs, when it comes to issues around skills development. We have a need cohort that's almost 4 million, Chairperson, and really we have to ensure that our SETAs are responding to that. But like I said, reform will not happen unless we have the right people at our SETAs, and mistakes like this do not happen again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's the oversight that you guys in the department and ministry must do. And when we come as a second oversight, the first oversight must not complain, must tell us. You must tell us as the ministry, this is what we have done. You can't complain with us when we are raising issues with you. Because we are saying to you, must go and fix it. You have failed to fix it in the department and ministry. And that is why we are here. I mean, this matter of the money that, in inverted commas, went missing, you did not see a need, TG and Deputy Minister, to call this board and say, why don't you clarify it? It's been on the media for more than 4 or 5 weeks. You have not, no, you have not, I've not seen you. I've not seen you, I've not seen you. No, you have not done enough. Maybe you have done it in secret. You should have went out after meeting them, satisfied yourself with their responses, sat there. You are in the ministry. You can have 20 interviews in 1 week to clarify a matter. That has not been done. I can tell you for free. I can go and ask my team to look at the media trends. Where was for the past month, where was the minister, what was he talking about in the media? Where was the deputy minister 1 and deputy minister 2 talking about? There's not this one of ETDP. It does not appear 3 times. There's no 3 hits. It's not there. So let's go do what we must do. DG, minister, deputy minister, and the minister himself. So let's go do what we are supposed to do. We must, even ourselves as leadership, if you say money went missing, there's a big problem, because DG had sampled 171 or 77. Yeah, 117, totaling for sampled 171 or 77. Yeah, 117, totaling 44, whatever they call, 119 or 116. They could not provide for 44 or something, 44 million, 44 million. So 42 million, yes. So we can't then say, yes, the AG has an opinion that I can't provide an opinion on everything. But it does not say there's no money for 634, 637 vanished. And we must be very clear, because if we are saying people have lost trust me, they don't pay. It's April. These kids are going to write exams. And you guys have not sorted the you are funding them. You said, I'm going to fund you. I'm going to give it to you in writing, and I'm going to, this is part of because These kids out there, you are making them vulnerable. They are going to go to bless us so that they can eat. We are creating a socio-economic problem for us. Please. So, yeah, having said that, members on the platform and here, thank you very much. Next week, Wednesday, we'll start with, we've got 2 reports that we must deal with, or 3 and minutes. So that we were supposed to send them to the National Assembly for debates, but we must first accept them, the oversight reports, the 2 Limpopo and Eastern Cape. And then we're supposed to go debate them in Parliament, hopefully before the budget, which will happen on the 12th or so of May, 21, somewhere there, yeah. 21 of May, 26 May, yeah. So next week, Wednesday, we must make sure that these reports and minutes are adopted so that they can schedule us in the National Assembly. Thank you very much, and have yourself a good evening. Zama, you can confirm your flight.